tough. Let me be the one to say that you're enough. Never let them tell you not, cause you are. Don't let them make you look dumb, cause you're smart. You don't never have to act like you're tough. Let me be the one to say that you're enough. You are enough to me. Are you enough for you? Look in the mirror and ask yourself what you wanna do. Be enough for you. The beauty is clearer when it's for yourself. Who do you love today? Your reflection show what you do today. Irreplaceable you are today. Love yourself today. Who do you love today? Your reflection show what you do today. Irreplaceable you are today. Love yourself today. He said you're way too fat, too skinny, way too flat.
And Sen from Belgium, Ashley from Brooklyn, and Anna from Phila. Welcome. People coming in from every continent. It's really incredible. I'm so excited to see that. So we'll get started in just about 2 minutes. So if there's anything you need for yourself, a comfortable seat if you prefer for a gentle meditation during this hour, or a glass of water, a pen and paper if that's helpful, whatever you feel like you need to just arrive and start with all of us in this summit. So we'll get started in just a few minutes. Lovely to see people coming back from other summits we've done and other events. So nice to see you. Welcome back. And what I love, if you're reading the Zoom or the chat, it's really kind of inspiring to see how many people are coming in from all over the world, and just what kind of is exciting and inspirational for people, and kind of their motivation and inspiration for doing this. So I love seeing that. So thank you for letting us know. And you know, when you write in, it just feels more like we're a community and connecting together, which I love. And we'll get started in about just 2 minutes as people are coming in on the hour as they do. Welcome people from New York and Montana, North Carolina, and the UK. Welcome. Great. Finland, Europe, Africa, Asia, Australia. It's pretty spectacular to see just how many people are coming in from all around the world. And as you're coming in, for those of you who are just joining us, welcome. We'll get started in just a minute or two. Please set yourself up to feel comfortable, whatever you need to make that happen. And as you're coming in, on the bottom ribbon is a chat function. And we'd love to just hear where you're zooming in from and what inspired you. What are you excited about? Hi, Elizabeth. Lovely to see so many friends joining. It's really spectacular. And to see people from all over the world joining us. We'll get started in just a minute as people are joining on the hour. And as you're coming in, again, my name is Scott Lyons. We'll start in just a minute. And what I am loving so much is just to see all of you writing into the chat just about where you're coming in from, what is exciting you about this summit. I know I'm really excited for it, so it's really exciting to see you excited for it as well. And yeah, we'll get started in just a minute. So please do keep writing into the chat box. Let us know where you're zooming in from and what inspires you, what is exciting for you about this incredible summit. So yeah, we'll get started in just a minute, officially. Great. All right. Good. So as you're zooming in, we'd love to hear from you. and let us know where you are and what is exciting to you about being here. Okay, well, we are on the hour, and I want to make sure we have a start time, or we follow the start time. So I'm going to officially begin and say, my name is Dr. Scott Lyons, and welcome to the Embodied Psychology Summit. I am absolutely excited to welcome you here, and thank you so much for joining. This wouldn't be the event that it's going to be without you. So we want to very much include you as part of what is going to make this so special. It truly will be. So I'm going to actually start with a short practice of just helping us orient to and arriving into the summit. And then I'll talk a little bit about the intention of the Embodied Psychology Summit. And then we'll talk about some guidelines to make this the optimal experience for you, hopefully. And then we'll close with a meditation practice. So I'm going to invite you to find a comfortable seated or standing position in the room that you're in. Meaning that as you arrive into this comfort, and I'm going to imagine, perhaps, that this will be the room to which you will be exploring the summit from, or at least right now it is. So as you arrive into some comfort within yourself, I'm going to invite you to start to look around and orient to the room that you're in. That means sort of seeing what's here, noticing the colors and the shapes of the room that you're in. This is a way of just orienting and arriving. So perhaps noticing some of the things in the room that you're in or the space that you're in that also give you a sense of comfort or that you find pleasing. Taking another minute or so to look through your whole space or room that you're in, orienting to the colors, the shapes, the textures, the things that bring you a sense of comfort or joy even in your space. Good. And as you notice and orient to the room that you will be exploring this summit in, bring your awareness to the sense that your body, that you are inside of this space of comfort, are inside of this now familiar space. And as your attention goes from the room that you're in towards the awareness of your body in this room, that might be the sensations or your breath. And taking another minute to just orient to that, to the awareness, to the recognition, to the acknowledgement of your body in this space. And if it feels right to bring your attention even a little more inward, that might be with your eyes open or closed, whatever feels right for you. And as you're orienting inward, I'll invite you just to say hello to yourself, to say good morning, to the sensations and breaths, to the feelings, to the excitements, to the nervousness, to whatever feels present in you. Just saying. in this acknowledgement of yourself and towards yourself in this moment. Good. And as you make that step, you to think of something like, I'm so glad we're here together. Thank you for being here. Whatever is your statement of gratitude for this community. Good. And then beginning to expand your awareness back into this room, into this space that's holding you with support. And you might begin to bring your senses out into the space, into the sounds of this space, to the smells of this space, and even back into the colors as you open your eyes to the space, orienting once again from your body to the space. And then from the space of your room, orienting to the community. So you might, on the top right-hand corner, even click the gallery view and just even see the many faces, the incredible people of this community that you're here with. Just even in this call, there's 500 people in this community of 70,000 people attending this summit. You might wave and just orient to those who are here with you, saying hello. And as you're orienting to the community, just recognizing that you're here and you're here within your space, connecting to everyone else. Beautiful. So thank you so much. And just beginning with me of that practice of orienting in gratitude, arriving and acknowledging. And with that, for those of you who just joined, I'm Scott Lyons. I am your host for the Embodied Psychology Summit, and I'm so grateful that you are here. At any time, we invite you to write into the chat icon on the bottom just where you're zooming in from and what's exciting to you about this summit. I think one of the really amazing things is to see people from all over the world joining us and to see what it is that we're sharing together about what is inspirational and exciting about being here. Great. So with that, I'd love to tell you a little bit more about first the intentionality of the summit, and then we'll talk more about the structure and how it works and some sort of foundational guidelines of support. So the intention of the Embodied Psychology Summit is to create a place for all of us to come together as a community, to have access to an array of tools and incredible world-renowned facilitators to support our health, to support our transformation, our healing, our growth, and deep connection. So psychology has evolved over the many years of its formation. And it means different things to different people. So for some, psychology is the field of personal growth and development. And for some, psychology carries with it a stigma of judgment. And from this perspective of this summit, exploring psychology does not mean we're broken. Rather, it means we are curious about exploring our humanity and what allows us to live a life feeling empowered and fully alive. So psychology as a field is essentially about exploring the mind. And in embodied psychology, we begin to ask the question, well, where does the mind sit? And from where does knowledge emerge or come from? And to begin to answer that, we start with a basic or a foundational understanding of embodiment. And embodiment essentially means that we experience something from within ourself. It's a shift from a concept about something into a direct experience or a real inner knowing. It's kind of like watching a movie about love versus actually having the tangible, felt sense, direct experience of love. Because we couldn't understand the full dynamics or all the qualities of love by simply witnessing it. We have to experience it firsthand. And in psychology, we can liken that to someone telling you something about yourself versus you actually discovering it. Because knowledge becomes wisdom when it becomes our personal experience. I'm going to say that again because that's really fundamental. That knowledge, all this knowledge that's around us, becomes wisdom when it becomes our personal experience. And in embodied psychology, we go well beyond analyzing our thoughts and our behaviors, and we explore the deep wisdom of our body. Because it's within the substance of our body where our interactions between our physiology, our sensations, our thoughts, our energy, our ancestors, our feelings, our interactions with other people and culture all come together into an organization that we call mind. And the intersection, or the intention rather, of embodied psychology is that we will no longer sit on the passenger side seat of our own life, because this is a discovery process of our self. This is an understanding of the matrix of who and how we are. This is a process of exploring the essence of what has created this unique self, because there will never, ever be a self quite like you, and there never has been before. So this is a deep discovery process of what gets in the way of being free, of feeling in flow, of feeling that we are living our optimal life. And this approach to psychology is a massive paradigm shift because it situates you as the expert of your own journey of transformation and well-being. You are the expert of your journey. And when we're not living our optimal relationship with ourselves or the world around us, we experience that as pain, as suffering, as a sense of being isolated or alone or lost or stuck. And these are signals from our body that are asking us to pay attention and to get to know what is present within ourselves and within our relationships so that we can make change. In this time right now in our lives, there is such a surge of energy for change. Such a surge of energy for change. And an Embodied Psychology Summit is here to provide you with an enormous range of tools to help channel that surge of energy into deep exploration of ourself, into deep exploration of our relationships, and in deep exploration of our relationship with the world that is happening around us right now. Because change is on the horizon. And transformation and growth happen here at the intersection between embodiment and psychology. And we welcome you on this journey. And we're so glad you're here with us. So let's take a few breaths together if that feels right for you. Some inhales and exhales. Just letting whatever of those words feels resonant for you to be absorbed, to receive. And if it feels right, to add a little bit of movement of your arms with your breath, a little bit of movement of your head or body, just to help you absorb and integrate. Finding your breath and finding some movement is an incredibly powerful tool that is our birthright, that helps us just integrate and express. So we'll take just another minute, if that feels right, to just allow your breath to move in and out. Finding whatever movement of your body feels supportive in this moment. Beautiful. And we'll take just even another 30 seconds of whatever it is that you need. Maybe it's water, maybe it's movement, maybe it's your breath just moving in and out. And then when it feels right, in your own timing, to orient back to the community, to what's happening on the screen. When it feels right in your own timing. So, if it feels like my words are from a place of passion, they are. I can't say enough about how meaningful this particular aspect of psychology is. I witness it every day working as a practitioner. I witness it from myself, exploring it, that to once again have the power of my own journey of healing and well-being, to be the expert, to be guided by so many incredible facilitators, but to know that the power of my own discovery, of my own change belongs here with me. I don't know if I've ever been offered that anywhere else or like this in my life. And so I am incredibly passionate about this subject. I've spent the last 25 years or so, 23 years studying it because I am so impassioned by it. So thank you for joining it. And thank you for helping make this summit, the collection of these incredible people, come true, because we really couldn't do it without your presence. So I'd love to talk about some guidelines that just help make this a optimal experience for you, just from having done these summits before, and both as a participant, but also as a host. So one of the first things I want to address is self-care. Self-care is huge. There's a lot of material and explorations and words coming your way. And you have the permission, you have all the permission in the world to take care of yourself, especially during this summit. So anything you need, if you need to go to the restroom, if you need to get water in the middle of a class, please do it. If you feel like you've had enough and you need to go take a walk, do that. We really want to encourage self-care and attending to your own needs during the conference. I would suggest not trying to catch every class. I am guilty of having done that myself, for sure, and just like binged watched for 12 hours. But I do recommend not trying to catch every class. We really want you to have time to take things in and absorb them. And you know, when we pile so many things in, we don't really give ourselves the space and the time to really deepen in as much as we could. And there's going to be a lot of words and a lot of experiences. So really listen to what feels good and supportive to you. I really want to encourage that. Cherry pick what classes you want to watch live, and know that the classes will also be available for 48 hours after they're live. So, enjoy the live classes, but also feel free to watch the sort of reruns of them. If you feel so inclined, you're also welcome to have the collection of all of the classes for the rest of your life. You're welcome to purchase the collection if you wish. And then you can have a lot of time to sort of absorb and absorb and absorb. And the profits from that go to 3 incredible nonprofits that the faculty actually helped pick. And that includes Loveland Foundation, Trauma Resource Institute, and the Social Environmental Entrepreneurs. And you can actually read more about those particular nonprofits on our website. So think of the summit as like a giant buffet of exploration. And we want to, eat what you wish, in the amount that feels good for you, and really still leave room to be able to taste what you're eating. So that's my suggestions in terms of self-care. I'm sure you'll discover more ways of self-care practices. Most mornings we have some type of yoga practice, movement practice. If you're able to catch that, if that helps you arrive into the summit, into your body, into the present, then I fully support taking those early classes. It might be late at night for some of you. So the next piece I want to talk about in terms of guidelines of making this an optimal experience is community connection. We really believe that healing happens both on a local level and a community and global level. And so connecting with the community has a powerful effect in our own process of growth and development. And so we have several ways of connecting with the community. In this particular summit, we have what's called community connections. And that will look like you'll enter into small virtual, we'll connect as a whole, and then we'll go into small virtual rooms together called breakout rooms. And you'll have an opportunity to meet between 10 or 20 people at a time to just talk about your process and connect about what's present for you during this summit. And that's a way that we really believe is helpful and helps you integrate what it is that's here. And also it kind of normalizes it. It makes other people recognize what might be happening for them when you share about it. Also, if you're on, we do recommend that you're on the Facebook page or group rather for Embodied Yoga Summit. And if there's ever more than 1,000 people in a class, which might be, we'll post it live in that Facebook group. So it's a good place to just make sure you're part of. Also, there's a post in the Embodied Psychology Summit Facebook group that invites people to sign up for a buddy. And I love this process. So if you haven't signed up for a buddy yet, or if you haven't gotten a buddy, just go find someone who's asked for one and just write to them about kind of maybe once, twice, maybe once a day, kind of connecting with them over Facebook or chat or email and just sharing your process. And I've found that to be so powerful and supportive when I've done these summits as a participant. You're always welcome to invite friends to the summit. It's open for the week, even if they just show up at the final ceremony, which has some pretty great surprises in it that I'm excited about. So make sure you come to that as well. It's a really special place to just close this journey, this process. Okay, last but not least, caring for others. Please be kind to each other in these classes. Please to others. Please be kind to yourself. Please be kind to the people on Facebook when you're connecting there. And there's 75,000 of you and 3 of us. So you outnumber us by a lot. And we really want to be here for you. We want to make sure we're supporting you. And so if you could just have a little bit of patience for us, we will get back to you. We will make sure that you are supported. I know, 75,000, it's a lot. And we really want to attend and support you. So if you have any questions during the classes themselves, just private message in the chat box, either the host, which will usually be me, or the tech assistant, and it will say EPS tech assistant. And you can just write to them, hey, I'm not able to see something, or whatever it is that you might need. And just a reminder, this is a free event, and there are a lot of offerings. I think there's over 40 classes in total in 5 days. That's a lot. And all which are going to be incredible. And just a gentle reminder that not every facilitator, not every class is going to feel like it's the right match with you. And that's absolutely okay. It's a smorgasbord. So in that way, go towards the classes that you're feeling drawn to, and then maybe take one or two that feel like, ooh, that might be my edge of comfort, and kind of let it surprise you. See if you can still learn something or gather something or explore something from a different perspective than maybe what's familiar. Or not. It's totally up to you. So I want to talk about kind of one more piece, which is how learning happens, or one learning theory. And this learning theory talks about 3 stages of kind of embodied learning. And I've already covered it a little bit, but I just want to reiterate it, just so this is really an optimal experience for you. So the first stage is called receiving. That's the hearing the words, hearing the information, kind of the intake process. And that we invite you just to kind of lean back, even now, take a few breaths, see where you can open your ears, your eyes, your senses to just allowing some of that information or directions in. That's that first phase of learning, is the allowing to be met by information, by possibilities. And the second stage is the active doing, the active exploring. And that is what we call the sort of embodiment phase, where we're making deep contact with whatever is present and in the explorations. And then the third stage is reflecting or expressing that. So embodiment doesn't just end when we have an experience, it's when we integrate it into action. And that action might be writing something. It might be calling that buddy or friend, or simply taking a walk with what's present and letting that move through you. And these are sort of these 3 stages of embodied learning that I just encourage you to explore. So it's the intake, it's the exploration, and it's the expression. So I want to also, before we do a little bit of community connection, which I'm excited about, we are going to, I just want to thank our main sponsors, by the way, which is Embodied Yoga and Omala, who have been incredibly supportive to the building of this summit over the last 6 months. And before we go into our final, or our meditation to end this section of our opening ceremony, I want we're going to go into breakout rooms in just a minute or so. And a breakout room, again, is a sort of a virtual space where you get to hang out with the community. And in that, I would love for you to introduce yourself, share just a little bit about what brings you here, what you're excited about, and what sort of, what excites you about this field of embodied psychology, now that we have been introduced to it a little bit more. And you don't have to worry about coming back into the main room. We'll bring you in about 15 or 20 minutes, and you'll see little messages from us along the way. And then we'll bring you back into the main room, and we'll close with a final meditation practice that will be about 10 minutes. So, Vail, if you could initiate the breakout rooms, and we'll do about 14 people. And in the breakout rooms, if you don't want to talk, you don't have to, but we really want to encourage you to do so. Okay. So you just have to click join the breakout room and you'll be placed into a room.
Good morning.
Hi. Morning.
Hello. I'm Heather from Richmond, Virginia, and I'm going upstairs because my roommate is still sleeping. Hi.
I'm Sally. I'm in the UK, just outside Manchester in the northwest of England. And it's
Wonderful.
I'm inside from the yard, but you can see the light on my face.
Yes. Hi, Sunny.
Hi, Heather.
And good morning.
I'm Sunita. I'm in Georgia in the U.S. and
Hello.
it's not that early here, but you might see my kid walk back and forth.
Hi, I'm Eralda. I'm in Texas, so it's kind of early here, but not too bad.
Right.
7:30.
Hi, I'm Deborah. I'm from White Plains in New York, but I'm out by the water right now. Great to meet you all.
Hi.
Deborah, did you say Richmond, Virginia, same as me?
Oh no, I'm from. Oh, you know what? I don't have my right headset on. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm from White Plains, New York, but I'm out by the water today.
Okay.
Thanks.
Nice to meet you
all.
Hello, I'm Beej. I'm on the Upper West Side of New York City.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Elise. I'm from New Mexico, Las Cruces.
Hi, Elise. And Sally and hi, Jennifer.
Hi, I'm Marta, Brooklyn, New York. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Marta.
Hi, I'm Kara. I'm from Indiana in the States, but I'm living and working in Mexico.
Wow, exciting.
Yes. Good morning, everyone.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. I'm from Washington, D.C.
Jennifer, I think you're the closest one to me.
Where are you?
I'm in Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah.
And is that everyone in our group? I think I would like to ask.
I'm Emily.
Hi. Oh,
okay. Emily, go first.
Emily.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can hear me with these earbuds, but I'm from just outside of Toronto, Canada.
Beautiful.
Hi. Hi, Mommy. Hi, I'm Keisha. I'm I'm about 4 hours from Toronto in Canada. This is Cliff.
Hi, Keisha and Cliff.
Okay, so hi everyone. I am Joanna, and I am in Leeds in the UK at the moment.
okay.
Thanks. Very
Beautiful.
nice to meet you.
You're close to me, Joe, in Leeds. I'm in Manchester.
Yeah, not so far away.
No, not so
I
far.
hope you have better weather than here.
It's changeable, isn't it? Very changeable.
A bit overcast at the moment, but let's hope it will be more warmer. It will be warmer and sunnier.
Yeah.
I think the summer must come.
I'm curious, is everyone yoga teacher or yoga teachers out there looking to expand their toolbox these traumatic times, or participants are here for, just focus and healing and their own embodiment?
I'm a yoga teacher, but also a qualified psychologist. So I'm kind of working out how to blend the two and how to make psychology and more embodied practice. So this
Beautiful.
is really, yeah.
Oh, beautiful. I love that. Thank you.
I'm not a yoga teacher, but I'm a mental health advocate for my community. So I joined the summit because I wanted to get more information on like opening and closing healing circles, because facilitating them are pretty easy, but trying to get people involved at the beginning and staying connected, like even once it's over the healing circle, those are the skills I want to improve. So that's why I'm here.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I'm a meditation teacher and a life coach, and I work a lot with people who are over problem drinkers, learning to drink less. So I've been studying trauma for a few years. I'm in the somatic experiencing practitioner training, so I'm in the third year of that. So I just wanted to, there were a lot of really good presenters on here, so just curious to see, all the presentations.
Yeah.
I am a somatic experiencing student at the moment. I'm starting my second year soon. Yeah, I found it very valuable. And just complete shift, with mind-based therapies to typical, naturalistic embodied resolution of trauma. It's very, very good. Yeah. So.
I'm a psychotherapist in training. I'm in my final year, and I've been doing some experiential therapies. I've been really reading up on some of the speakers that are presenting.
Yeah, I'm a psychologist and a yoga practitioner, and I've been not a yoga teacher, but I've been studying trauma and body-based interventions for about the last 5 years, I'd say. And so, yeah, when I saw the summit and the range of speakers, it just was really appealing, and I thought I would dip in when I can for some of the sessions. So looking forward to it.
I'm a social worker, and I'm working on my doctorate in transpersonal psychology. And so when I saw this advertised, I just thought this was so cool. It's just right up my alley. It's exactly what I want to do. I'm really into the combination of the physical and the spiritual, and how those two kind of intersect. And so this really just seems like a real interesting seminar for me.
Sorry, go on. I'm a psychotherapist from the UK, and I'm doing this mainly for myself, but the things that I learn that will benefit myself, I'm going to apply to my clients as well.
Hi, I'm Deborah. I'm an artist, and I've been doing body work since 2000. And Scott, I met, and he was one of my energy practitioners before he was a doctor. So I love him and wanted to be part of this. So I just continue to utilize it in my personal life. I have a teaching practice, and I use it with a lot of my in the background. But I'm aware of all the connection with the mind and the heart and the body and the spirit. Thanks.
Hi, I'm a transformational life coach, a new one, so I'm learning mostly. Right now, big follower of Peter Levine. I've been reading his work, but also participating in classes online, which I found to be beyond beneficial, especially to the work that I am embarking on. I'm very grateful to be here, very grateful to be connecting with you and seeing you. And thank you.
I am an English teacher in a Montessori school, and we are practicing more of a holistic approach. And especially in the trauma of the pandemic, we are learning to embody our wellness and then translate that into our students and help them get through these rough times.
Mm.
Hi. Can you hear me? I'm a social work student, my master's degree, but I also work at an Indigenous organization in Northern Ontario. So I just try to always find different ways to help Indigenous people, and somatic seems to really compare, like it's similar to some Indigenous ways of healing.
Beautiful. Hi, I'm Heather. Thank you all. Those are beautiful reasons. I'm a yoga teacher with a specialization in yoga for trauma. And yeah, just I participated in the embodied yoga last weekend and so impressed by Dr. Lyons and everyone at Embodied Yoga. So excited to meet you all and participate. Thank you. And I have the sun. Hello, sun.
Great. So we're all making our way back now. Beautiful. So welcome back. Maybe just give me a thumbs up, thumbs side, thumbs down. How is it just to connect with everyone? Good. And just thumbs up. I'm happy to hear that. Oh, and someone found a way to do a little emoji thumbs up. I'm into that. Okay. Well, welcome back. I'm so glad you had an opportunity to connect with the community. And it's, if you participated in the group, you probably saw it's pretty incredible that there are people from all over the world coming together to connect in this way on this, in this summit. Yeah, I thank you for saying that. I think it's pretty incredible just to meet all of these spectacular people with similar intentions and excitements. So in the last 15 minutes before we take a little break, I would like to start with reading a quote and then do a short meditation practice. And thank you for writing into the chat box just to let me know how that is. It's really helpful just to hear from you and just how much you enjoyed meeting other people who are coming from around the world with you. So this is one of my favorite quotes, and it's by Cynthia Ocelli. And she wrote, "For a seed to achieve its greatest expression, it must come completely undone. The shell cracks, its insides come out, and everything changes. To someone who doesn't understand growth, it would look like complete destruction." I'm going to read that one more time. For a seed to achieve its greatest expression, it must come completely undone. The shell cracks, the insides come out, and everything changes. To someone who doesn't understand growth, it would look like complete destruction. She's referring to the chaos of change that is part of our nature. And in part of the change process, the exploration process that supports change, that supports growth, that supports development, that moves us towards that freedom, It's helpful to enter into that space from a place of openness and curiosity. So we invite you, as we delve into these illuminating and transformational practices for the next 5 days, to see where you might be able to step into that from a place of openness and curiosity. So I'll post that quote on the Facebook group. It's by Cynthia Oselli. So as we grow and as we meet each other in this process, and we learn and we grow, we meet ourselves in every moment to arrive more fully into the present, to listen and to meet and to greet and acknowledge and move what is here. And part of that process means that when something is changing and growing, it's helpful to remember what feels supportive and stable, so that we have both the stability that supports us and the mobility of change. So I'd like to do a short meditation practice, just exploring the sense of the stability of the weight of our body, meeting the earth, meeting the supportive surfaces, and the mobility of our breath, the ever-changing breath within that. So I'm going to invite you to find a comfortable seated position, or standing or lying, whatever feels right for you in this moment, and whatever comfort means to you in this moment. So we'll begin with that, finding a place to be with intention in comfort. And you might wish to begin with giving yourself a little hug, kind of reaching around your shoulders. You might grab a pillow and kind of hug the pillow. So we're starting with just this hug, the form of your being. Just a gentle squeezing, a gentle sense of, oh, here I am. And this hug is just this deep acknowledgement of that. Like a hug of validation of this is where and who you are in this moment. Then when it feels right to release the hugging, if it feels right to release it at all, you might wish to close your eyes or leave them open, whatever supports you. I'm going to close my eyes and know that if there are moments of silence from me, it's just an opportunity for you to take that silence, that space, and focus more in on your own self. So this will be guided as well of bringing your awareness, your attention to where your body in this moment is meeting the supportive surfaces. That might be the ground, it might be the chair, it might be the earth. Letting your attention and your breath migrate to that point of contact between you and the supportive surfaces. And perhaps seeing where you can give permission for that supportive surface to come up and receive your body. Where the chair, where the earth, where the floor can come up with your permission to meet you, to support you, to hold you. Perhaps where you can give permission for yourself in this moment to be held, to be received, to be supported. And as you come more and more into that support, allowing the support to be there and allowing yourself to be received by the support. Perhaps noticing, can your whole body join into that experience, or as much as it's possible in this moment. And then from that sense of support, being supported through more and more of your body, bringing your attention to your breath. So from that sense of support and ground and anchor in your body, noticing how your breath moves in and out from it. The ever-changing waves of breath. The ever-changing, transforming breath through the stability and the anchor of your body in this moment. And we'll take a moment or a minute in silence just to be with both the moving of the breath and perhaps the sense of anchor or ground or stability in your body. And from that sense of mobility of your breath and stability of your body into the support, I invite you to ask yourself, what is my greatest intention for me in this summit? What is my deepest intention for myself? And what is my deepest intention for my community through this summit? And that might continue to evolve from this seedling of intention. Planting that intention like a seed, knowing that it will grow for you and around you and from you over the next 5 days. And beginning to bring your attention back into the space that's holding you, into the room with its colors, its textures and its sounds. This room with its temperatures and its textures. And then from orienting back into your space, perhaps one more time if it feels right for you, to orient back into all the people, community that's here with you now. So you might go to the top corner of your window and click the gallery view, and just once again, from that clarity of your intention, your arrival, your presence, meeting this community as an extension of your community. Beautiful. And with a wholehearted welcome, thank you so much for joining us and starting this journey with us in the Embodied Psychology Summit. It's because of you that we can make this possible. So thank you for being here. And welcome officially. This is the beginning, just the beginning, and there's so much incredible facilitators and tools and material to come. Please take care of yourself. I look forward to seeing you over the next 5 days and beyond. So thank you so much, everyone. We'll see you in just about half an hour for Christine Caldwell's amazing class. We'll see you soon. Thank you so much. Be well. Thank you. Bye.
Okay. So that just happened. I hope that this has been helpful to somebody. It was a summit that was advertised on Facebook for free. Embodied Psychology Summit. Here's the schedule for today. There's so many. Once you click, oh, that was that guy. Once you click on something on Facebook, an advertisement, it collects algorithms of what you interact with. And I did the NamiCon, and I talk about mental health awareness and such, and it pops these things up for me. So just be aware of what you click on, and maybe intentionally click on stuff. That way Facebook can suggest other helpful stuff right up your alley. So he just did a community connection, gave an intro, what to expect, and got everybody's mind united, did a couple of meditation exercises, and then they had a community room where people hung out and got to know each other. On Facebook, there's a group for the Embodiment Psychology Summit. There's a group where you can connect and get a buddy for a support system. The link is in the description below if you would like to participate. You'll get an email with the links to the Zoom meetings if that's what you would like to do. So, and it's free, by the way. So now I guess I just sit here for an hour? What in the world? No. Not cool. I might as well play a game or something. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so the next session is at 10. That's an hour. Okay, we finna play Candy Crush, cause yeah. Cause yeah.
Sweet. Tasty. Delicious.
Oh shoot, I've got 4 minutes.
Divine. Delicious.
Okay, so we gotta get this bad boy down at the bottom.
Sweet.
There's no way.
Divine. Tasty.
Here all day.
Delicious. Sweet. Tasty.
Oh my gosh, excuse me.
Sweet. Divine.
Okay.
Divine. Divine. Sugar crack. Sweet. Divine. Tasty. Delicious. Divine. Sweet. Tasty. Tasty. Sugar stars. Divine. Divine. Tasty. Divine.
You got sugar star. What is that noise? What's that noise outside? What's that noise, baby? Ooh, somebody liking the stream. That hurt my elbow. Man. Good morning. Oh Lord. I'm actually streaming Embodied Psychology Summit. But this section, this portion is ended. And the next one will be at 10. Oh, so I'm doing a filler. I got 35 moves. Gotta bust up 24 little cubes. Dang. So one move beside these only takes away the pink thing. Look at that chop. Oh Lord. That chocolate gonna take over. So many people out here hurting. I don't know if yoga and meditation are necessary, but I'm streaming this to get a resource because it might be helpful to somebody else.
Sweet.
And who knows, one of these breakouts.
Sweet.
So could y'all, I don't know.
Sweet.
Little free session, so I'm not at a loss for any more. Milk chocolate. I'm gonna need you to stop taking over my bottom portion, please. Gosh.
Tasty.
Okay, well.
Sweet. Divine.
Taking over my stuff, man. I do declare. Four moves ahead. We're not gonna make it. Dang it. Okay. Out of move. Okay, let's try this again. See, y'all trying to set me up. As soon as I release the Kraken beside this chocolate, it's gonna take over. They trying to set me up. Oh shoot. Dang it. Okay. Josh calling me on the phone. Hello. Hey. Embodiment Summit. The mind and body.
Sweet.
Actually, I'm playing Candy Crush right now because it ended at 9 and the next one doesn't start until 10. What the yuck? Okay. Alright. I hear you. Oh, I don't know. I think Alexis took her car.
Sweet.
I know it's big and such a mom vehicle. Tomorrow. Okay.
Sweet.
Alright, Jonah went for a run. I don't think he's come back. He left. Okay. I don't think he's come back. I know Alexis left for work. I heard. Okay. Bye. Boo. I always show video preview dialogue when joining a meeting. The host has open breakout rooms. Please wait. Oh, that's awkward. Okay. Hello, good morning. Oh. As soon as I start speaking, I'm going to mute my mic, in stream. Oh my gosh, this is a nightmare level.
Right, so we'll come back in about 2 minutes, everyone.
Maybe we are supposed to just introduce to one another and get back there.
Right. So, what do you do? Sorry. I actually have two positions. One, I am a psychotherapist. Okay. And then my second position, which is my more full-time position, I am actually a utilization manager for Centene. So I actually authorize services for individuals that are going inpatient. Okay, that's also to do with therapy? I don't do, no, pretty much it's not therapy. Pretty much I'm authorizing therapy, or I'm authorizing inpatient services. Oh, okay. But it's still based around mental health.
Divine.
Yeah. What do you do?
I'm a therapist, actually.
Okay.
And
Tasty.
so I
Great. So as we're coming back, welcome back. I'm just giving a little thumbs up, thumbs side. How was that, just to have a little more time to connect with the community and share some of your intentions and goals for this summit? I'd love to even hear some of them. If you're open to writing them into the chat box, just some of your excitements, your intentions, your goals for the summit. And also, we have another 5 minutes, so any questions you might have, just so that you feel some support and orienting and organizing for the summit, anything that you would like to ask, we'd be happy to help. I did see a question about finding a buddy. So if you've joined the Facebook group, and that's in every email, there's a little link to the Facebook group for Embodied Psychology Summit. And in that, you can go join the Facebook group, and there's a little conversation going, or a big conversation going, where you can find where you can meet another buddy. So there's a whole list of people on a post of everyone who's been interested in having a buddy. And that's a really great place to just connect and find a buddy for the summit. Oh, sure. Yes. So Sashi just said some of us just joined. Yeah. So this, a few words of what we'll be doing today. So as every day, there will be about 10 classes a day for this summit. And if you haven't had a chance to go back and watch the intro, I would recommend it just so you have a sense of the intentionality of the summit, what we're kind of intending to offer. And what we will do every day is we'll introduce a teacher who's offering some type of tool, some type of offering of support, healing, transformation. So if you've gone to your schedule, you might notice there are some teachers you recognize their name, or you're really interested from their title, the title of their class. And you can just go to it. We'll introduce them and you can attend to the class. And there's, so coming up today is Dr. Christine Caldwell, who is a phenomenal teacher. She's been one of the big pioneers in embodied psychology. So she's definitely someone to hang out with. And following that will be a conversation, a panel between Christine Caldwell, Don Johnson, who's kind of considered like one of the fathers of somatic and embodied psychology. He's really been a pioneer in it. And Albert Wong. And we'll talk about what is embodied psychology in more depth from these sort of historical perspectives and from how their own work has contributed to the evolution of the field. And then we have Dr. Gail Parker, who is talking about doing a process of looking at racialized stress and trauma, which is a really important subject right now. And Dr. Richard Stosey Heckler, who's really one of the most famous coaching programs and looking at somatics and coaching. And Dr. Albert Wong, who will be in the earlier panel, he'll be talking about healing trauma, the fundamentals of from a place of embodiment. And then Dr. Jay Early will do an introduction IFS. So that's parts work. So if you aren't familiar with parts work, it's kind of like a process of dialoguing with the various aspects of ourself, like our inner child, or the part of us that sort of is the inner critic, or the inner protector. These are sort of familiar parts we all have. And Dr. Jay Early will be doing an introduction to beginning to process and dialogue with some inner parts. So it's quite a lineup for today in that regard. I hope that answered your question. And so every day has a slew of classes, but at the 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, which is the New York time, there's always a panel or an interview. So tomorrow it's with Dr. Stephen Porges, who created the polyvagal theory. The next day, let's see, let me look at my schedule. There will be a panel on intimacy, connection, and attachment theory. So that's really looking at relationships and in all sort of ways that we are connecting with other people and what contributes to the ease and success of that and what challenges that. On Saturday, we have a panel on resilience, one of my favorite topics. And on the final day, we have a panel at the same time on plant medicine and psychedelic therapy, which will be also quite interesting. So in the middle of the day are these panels that are more conversations, interviews, and then in between them in the mornings and at night, we have these beautiful and exciting classes. In some mornings, we have either a community connection, so a longer kind of version of this, where I'll lead a short meditation and we'll have some connection time to talk about what happened the day before, what we're excited about in the day ahead. Or there's a yoga class, yoga and meditation and breathwork class, some mornings as well. I believe there's 3 of those. So I hope that helps sort of understand the structure and the breakdown of the summit ahead. And as I mentioned before, there's so much incredible material, so much incredible facilitators over the next 5 days. And really pace yourself, take your time, take care of yourself. It's not about putting too much in. It's really about putting enough in that supports you and inspires you. Great. Any last questions? You're welcome for the breakdown. I'm happy to support. One thing you might notice is you are muted for the event. And that is just so that we all are able to focus on the facilitators or the panelists and not get too distracted when people unmute themselves. So we do encourage you to keep chatting in the chat box and on Facebook, but just there won't be live conversation happening during the classes. Great. Thank you for writing in. Where will I find a link or the recorded video if I missed a session? So you will be emailed where in your daily email, there'll be a link to the daily classes, and there'll be a link to where you can watch the classes from the previous 48 hours, the ones you might have missed. So make sure you are looking at the emails. Everything you need to know is in there. You can also write to us at info@embodiedpsychologysummit.com if you have a particular need that's not met or within the email. And you can always write to us on the Facebook page. There's a few of us, a few volunteers who are looking at it. So I hope that answered your question. You're very welcome for organizing this. Thank you for thanking me. It's actually my absolute pleasure. This is such a deep, passionate subject of mine. So thank you. All right. So I'm going to give us all a little break before we head to Christine Caldwell's class. And I hope to get to see you all there. And then so that will be about half an hour from now. I do recommend jumping on about maybe 10 minutes before each class. And that's just to ensure you get in, because some of the classes will probably max out at 1,000, in which it will be on Facebook. On the Facebook page, there'll be a live sort of feed of it if it ever reaches more than 1,000. So you can just look there. If it hasn't reached 1,000, it's here live and it's happening. So just join in at any time. And yes, there's questions about like what books to recommend. Probably for tomorrow's community connection, we'll talk about some books. We did send out a book list and it was on one of your emails. So if you haven't gotten that, let us know. We'll probably post it to the Facebook group too. There's about 40 books that I wrote that I recommend, some from the faculty and others that have been written in the past. So look for your emails in terms of the Facebook group. It is private, so you can't just look it up. In your emails that you get here, there'll be a link to join the Facebook group. So thank you for asking. Okay. We will see you in about 20 minutes, half an hour for Dr. Caldwell's class, and I look forward to seeing you there. And at any time, just write to us on Facebook or email, and we're happy to help you. So we'll see you very soon. Bye, everyone.
Well, okay. So the next one starts at 10. Well, alright. I gotta keep the eye on the time here. Okay. Amateur. Use your headphones for better experience. You caught a walking pipe and a swan. A smoking pipe, a swan. There's some downtime in between the summit conversation and event, so I'm just trying to buy time. A bell. Oh. Oh boy. All game updates are absolutely free. Biscuit. Oh, okay. But stop it. Oh shoot, there's a time limit. Okay, yellow, orange, and green. Orange and green. Yeah. No. Okay. Oh, no green. Oh no. Tricky, tricky. It's tricky. Tricky, tricky, tricky. This will probably be my last one before I go into back into some And see, oh, excuse me, if the summit, do you want to quit? Okay, this is the one we'll be jointing. Well, dang. I think after this one, I am gonna back out. I pinned the link to this event, this summit, if you all would like to join. It's a free summit. Free, and the recordings will be available until like 2 days after. There's 5 different days here. You can print the schedule if you'd like, but I'll register just so I can get the link to the Zoom and this link here. But I guess because I registered and I shared this link, you'll be able to access it as well. You just need Zoom. Zoom is pretty cool. This is the host. We'll be hearing from her next about this. The first guy, Dr. Lyons, did a walkthrough, like a meditation walkthrough, which was pretty cool. It's supposed to start in about 10 minutes, so okay. Oh no, the next session will start in about 10 minutes. And instead of registering the website, I decided to keep it Oh, here we go. No pressure, no pressure. Novice. Memorize the assembled mosaic. After you tap the start button, the pieces of the mosaic will be shuffled again and you'll need to assemble them. Okay. So we're gonna memorize the pieces of the mosaic. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, good Lord. Oh, no. What are we doing? Is that right? Excuse me. Okay. Will start. Another one. Oh. Okay. Oh shoot, it's a basket, a wheel. Oh wait. Huh. Bicycle. A sunflower and a ball. Ball. There. Oh. Okay. Mayor Smokecat. Flower girl all the way to the market. Trade with the flower. Oh. No, wait. Okay, yes. Kim. Without video.
Monica from Italy. We'll get started in about 3 minutes, everyone. So certainly make yourselves comfortable, get whatever you need to make this an easeful experience for you. So if you need some water, if you need a pen and paper to write notes. Welcome from Norway. It's so incredible to see people from all around the world.
Okay.
People from all around the world really landing on this Zoom call. It's really incredible. So, yeah, welcome. Layla from Pakistan and John from DC and Judith. We're excited to have you here. Angelia, welcome. Some people have said they're new to this idea of embodied psychology, which is perfect. You're in the right place. There's, we'll have this class, and then we'll have a panel kind of unpacking the elements of embodied psychology. And we'll get started in about 3 minutes. So as you're zooming in, you are welcome to head down to the bottom ribbon where there's a chat icon and just letting us know where you're zooming in from, kind of what excited you perhaps about this particular class, or the summit, which is really fun to hear and share with the community. Welcome from Sweden and Mexico. Good morning from Boston and Canada and Puerto Rico. Wow, people from all over the world. And Deborah, Deborah's a student from 2001 with Christine. It's a little reunion tour. There's a couple I know, students of Christine here. I'm a perpetual student of Christine, but there are some ones who studied with her at Europa. Cool, welcome. Greetings from Amsterdam and Jacques, welcome, Joanne, Sia, Maria. Great. So we'll get started in 2 minutes, and this will be the class called Bodyfulness, the Core of Wellbeing with Dr. Christine Caldwell, which I'm super excited about. And people are writing in, letting us know where they're coming from. I love that. Thank you. From Lisbon and North Carolina and the UK. Toronto, Singapore, DC. Good morning, everyone. We'll get started in just 2 minutes. Some more students of Christine's coming in from various colleges and universities. She has taught at quite a few. But we'll read her bio in just a bit. Welcome, Angela from California. It's pretty early there. I can appreciate getting up early for such great classes. We'll start in 1 minute. My name is Dr. Scott Lyons. I am the host of the Embodied Psychology Summit. We'll get started in just 1 minute. And glad to see some people returning from previous summits. It's really exciting to see. Yeah. If you haven't had a chance, by the way, to join the Facebook group, this is a great place to have conversations as well, in addition to the chat. But I'll reiterate that in a minute. Welcome, Anita and Anne and Banaz and Cyan and Marty, Lauren. Welcome, everyone, as you're coming in. All right. I am going to officially get started for our first full class of the Embodied Psychology Summit. And I am super excited for this one. I purposely put Dr. Caldwell first because I'm such a huge fan of her. I think she's incredibly articulate of the subtle elements of embodied psychology and has written so much about it in her books, some of which I will name in just a little bit. So this is Dr. Christine Caldwell's class. In a minute, I'll introduce her formally, but this class is called Bodyfulness, the Core of Well-Being. And I just want to orient us a little bit more onto Zoom before we officially start the class. So as you might notice, you are muted. you will stay muted for the remainder of the class, just so that we can all maintain our focus on the presenter. And in addition to that, we invite you, on the bottom ribbon is a chat icon. As you can see, the chat box is there, and we welcome you to write into it. Let us know how you're doing. If there's anything you need at any time from a technology perspective, you just write privately to myself or to, hi, Stella Resnick. Stella is another presenter. It's lovely to see them coming on to hang out with other presenters. So if you need anything at any time, please write to Embodied Psychology Summit or myself directly and privately. You can do that in the chat function, and we'll be sure to help you. And also, the chat is a great place just to share your experiences and questions. If there's time for questions at the end, we'll be certainly looking at those and sharing them and responding to them. So, without further ado, I would love to introduce my friend, Dr. Christine Caldwell. I'm going to read her bio. This is the short bio. The long bio is even more impressive, which you can read on the website at any time. So Dr. Christine Caldwell is a founder and a professor emeritus in the somatic counseling program at Naropa University, where she taught somatic counseling, clinical neuroscience, research, and diversity issues. Her work, called The Moving Cycle, spotlights natural play, early physical imprinting, fully sequenced movement processes, and the opportunities in addiction, and a trust in the authoritative knowledge of the body. She has taught at the University of Maryland, Georgia Washington, Concordia, Sewell Women's University, Southwestern College, and Pacifica, and trains, teaches, and lectures internationally. She has published over 30 articles and chapters, and her books include Getting Our Bodies Back, Getting in Touch, The Body and Oppression, and her most recent book, Bodyfulness, which all of those are incredible resources that I cannot recommend enough. I have them on my bookshelf right over there. And without further ado, we're going to begin with Dr. Christine Caldwell. Thank you so much for being here.
Great. Well, welcome everyone from all over the world. It's a pleasure to be here. And I want to begin by thanking Scott and the other organizers for inviting me and for hosting and putting on this super event. So I'm excited about all of my colleagues and you, all of us from all over the world coming together for this really important topic. I think particularly in these times right now, this is a very important place that we're talking together to understand in many ways a context for current life. So, and I think strategies for how to literally move forward. So I will, excuse me, it's early in the morning, I'm just starting to talk, so I might have to clear my throat a few times. I wanted to begin by just having us take a moment and do a little bit of conscious breathing. So just take a minute, get comfortable in your chair or couch or wherever you are, and just take a few breaths and notice the breaths that you're taking. It's not so much about altering your breathing, but just being aware of your breath, being aware of the details of your inhale, how your inhale transitions to an exhale, and just the small sensory details of your exhale. You might notice also that there can be a small pause at the end of the exhale before you're literally inspired to take the next inhale. So as we go through this short workshop, I'm hoping that we'll be living the principles that we're talking about. So I really encourage you to keep noticing your breathing as we do this next hour and a half, to really keep noticing your different sensations in your body, not again trying to figure them out or analyze them or judge them, but really to just hold them, take care of them, notice them, and include them in your experience of listening and thinking and looking and all of that. This is a very fundamental level, the basis of bodyfulness. So I'll begin, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about bodyfulness as a construct, as a kind of theoretical concept, and also as a practice, as a lifelong practice, that's both embedded in moment to moment in your daily life, but also is a kind of freestanding practice that you would practice sort of in a dedicated time. So this idea is both, again, embedded in a moment-to-moment basis and freestanding. So I got a lot of questions when I was writing the book. Why use this term? Why another term? Why, do another term? And so I think that's a valid question, because there's a lot of terms in our world these days. So it originally came back from a feeling of irritation, actually, which for some reason is why I do a lot of projects, starts with irritation with something. But I was actually very concerned with the word mindfulness for a few reasons. So the concept of mindfulness, which is, of course, hugely popular right now all over the world, it definitely tended to include body states in it. Like, they would talk about mindful breathing and mindful moving and things like that. It's still, I feel like the word mindfulness still sees this phenomenon as a mental state. And this is actually fundamentally not accurate. This state of awakeness that we're trying to describe with mindfulness is not a particularly mental state. And so I was concerned about that. And I was concerned also that particularly in 21st century life, that we were still really privileging mental processes above physical ones, so that we were perpetuating a kind of mind-body dualism by using just the word mindfulness and including a few body things in the idea of mindfulness. And so I called it mental privileging. You had mental privilege. And it also, many cultures really still are increasingly bodiless, what I would call bodiless. In other words, we're spending an average of something like 6.5 hours a day in front of screens and not moving around as much, enjoying the privilege of sort of distancing ourselves from physical labor. And looking at the politics of that is a very complex issue because it brings in issues of race and class, socioeconomic status, et cetera. So I was really concerned about that. But really, overall, we're really seeing what Thomas Hanna back in the 1980s called somatic amnesia. In other words, we're not paying attention to our bodies. And I think I saw the study where they said that in general, I think it was in the US, but in general, people only pay attention to their bodies under 3 circumstances. It was sex, exercise, and pain. And while those 3 are a good idea to pay attention to your body, living an embodied life, living a bodyful life is so much more than that. And we have to pay attention and be in the lived experience of our embodied selves really pretty constantly. So the other reason that I wanted to popularize this word bodyfulness is that my concern is that increasingly we see this kind of mental privileging as a method and a method of oppression. In other words, we use mental privileging as a way to oppress certain people, certain categories and identities of peoples, but also to just in general reduce people's sense of the rights of the body and the what I call bodily authority, that the idea that I am actually in charge of my body and I have rights in any society that are embodied rights is part of my increasing concern about this mental privileging. And so for me, the term bodyfulness is a political act as well as a psychological one and a contemplative one. So for me, the term bodyfulness really encompasses all of those elements. And our practices that we engage in for bodyfulness are going to look at how they apply, not just in interior situations in my interior life, but also my relational life and my social life, my political life. Okay, how you doing? So I'm going to play with my notes here. So as you can imagine, I really have this feeling that words matter. Words really matter. And they structure our thinking, they structure our beliefs and attitudes. This is why I wanted to coin this word. I actually didn't coin the word, but as soon as I wrote the book, it was interesting that several people from all over the world emailed me and said, "Oh, I've used that word before." So I think it's a good word, and we should all be using it in our own way. So again, the concept of mindfulness just doesn't catch it because it sees the mind as kind of this pinnacle, this achievement, like, ta-da, I have achieved mindfulness. But it has again, that feeling of transcending the body rather than actually using and being a body. So it's very important. And this word shakes things up, I believe. I mean, my belief, of course, which is not everyone's belief, is that we are a body. It's not that we have a body, but that we are a body. And that the mind is just one thing that the body does, one of the body's operations. One of the ways that the body operates is to generate a mind. And so I am fond of saying we are and only are a body. And the body generates lots of different things, metabolism and movement and breath and all these wonderful alivenesses, one of which is a mind. Okay, so how's your body doing? Just take a moment and notice any kind of different sensations in your body. You might also want to wiggle around a little bit. Just make sure you're not feeling too sedentary. So, and just notice how your attention, and this is a core concept of bodyfulness, which I'll talk about in a minute, but that your attention can oscillate. In other words, your attention goes out to me, you're looking at the screen, you're listening to my words, but your attention can also go inside and momentarily check in. How's my breathing? How's my position? Is it supporting me? Is it supporting my breathing? Is it supporting a feeling of well-being in my body? How am I doing with moving? Am I just kind of allowing myself to be mobile and not get fixed in a certain position and then lose track of my experience? Okay, so let's move forward with that idea that we're going to keep checking in, that it's not necessary to always have your attention landing outside of you. Attention outside of you is a great thing. It's an important thing. But we want to always have our attention flowing, oscillating. And one of the most powerful and profound oscillations we can have is back into our physical selves, our physical presence. Okay, because there's a lot of knowledge there. There's a lot of authority. There's a lot of ability to solve problems, particularly, and create well-being when we really listen to our embodied experience. And I'll talk more detail about that in a few minutes. So I just wanted to say a few words about the difference between the word embodiment and the word bodyfulness. Embodiment was, when I started writing the book, the closest term we could get towards bodyfulness. I think embodiment is kind of a basic ground. And so I think of embodiment, and here I'm going to read from the book, is awareness of and engagement with the body's states and actions. So bodyfulness comes on top of that. It's just like, the psychologist Abraham Maslow talked about the hierarchy of needs. We have a basic need for embodiment, for that awareness and engagement with the body's states and actions. But we actually are capable of much more than that. And that's what I wanted to do when I created the term bodyfulness. And so this idea is that after we fulfill that need for embodiment, we can then work on the practice of bodyfulness up in that hierarchy of needs. So bodyfulness is really embodiment put into a contemplative context. The embodied self is held in a reflective context. Oh, something was beeping there. I don't know what that was. Somebody is unmuted, but okay. So bodyfulness is embodiment in a contemplative context. It's also reflective. In other words, I am actually not just participating with my states and actions, but I'm reflecting on them. And it's non-judgmental, it's non-analytical, and it's really also looking at an ethical and aesthetic orientation towards your physical presence and your physical actions in order to lessen suffering and increase potential. So again, we're going beyond embodiment. We're going to ethics and aesthetics and contemplative states. And so one of the things that I think is so important about bodyfulness, embodiment, but then into bodyfulness, is the idea that we can have wordless awareness. In other words, that we don't have to be thinking to be aware, that there is an aspect of ourselves that has a very powerful wordless awareness, and that we certainly want to be able to use words in our awareness and attention, but we also want to be able to just hold and be with our wordless states. There's a lot of different reasons for that I could get into as a lecturer, but we don't have the time. So it's, and this kind of our attentive participation, it's rather than thinking that you're going to master something in your body, you're actually going to participate with it. It's a feeling of a kind of cooperative co-creation. And what I mean by that is that, let's say I notice that my throat is tight. And instead of, making up probably perfectly good explanation for the tight throat, instead of even going there, I just hold my tight throat in my attention. I care for it with my attention. And I allow the voice of that tight throat to be there and to be present on its own terms, which are nonverbal terms. The throat is speaking, but it's not using words. That tension is a kind of voice. And we want to allow that voice to speak because it's a form of our intelligence that's very, very powerful and largely underused. So it's not that we want to stop using our cognitive intelligence and our verbal intelligence, but that there's a source of intelligence and authority that we're not tapping into as a bunch of cultures around the world. So this is why bodyfulness can be really important. And so I also have talked about bodilessness and disembodiment and misembodiment. So that can, I'll maybe if we have time and someone has a question about that, I can talk about that, but I actually right now want to move forward so we can do some practice. Okay, so again, just take a moment and oscillate your attention. Just take a minute to notice your breathing. Take a minute to notice also different sensations in your body. They could be pleasurable sensations, they could be painful sensations, or they could just be very neutral, the pressure of your butt on the chair. But just sort of say hello to different sensations that are happening without sort of telling a story about them or trying to change them. Just hello. Okay, good. So keep doing that. Keep moving around. Keep on having fun with how you listen to and look at the presentation. So your body can really engage with it playfully. In other words, we can move, we can breathe consciously, we can work with conscious sensation and have fun wiggling with the presentation. Okay, so there's 8 core principles in bodyfulness, and I'm just going to go through them really quickly, but just so that you can get a sense of how broad this construct can be and how also each of the 8 principles can help you on your own authority design different practices that can help you cultivate this in yourself or in other people. So each of these 8 areas has a creative presence that you can play with experientially and in terms of your own practices. So actually, I think I need to back up for a minute because what I want to say is that there's been a lot of different practices already out there for thousands of years that have a lot of features and elements of bodyfulness. One of the things I will say is that we could see it sort of along a continuum. In other words, there are these inherited, on this end of the continuum, we have these kind of inherited structured practices that are very disciplined and very precise. And so this might be yoga with its precision in the poses, or Tai Chi with its precision of the movement, where the movement goes, the shaping of the movement, the quality of the movement. It can be Aikido. It can be a lot of different practices. And even back in the 80s, people were talking about golf that way and about basketball and things like that. So there are a lot of different, very structured practices that are already developed, practices that are time-tested in many, many different traditions. Okay, so that's on one end. Those can be bodyful practices. We have to put energy into them to make them bodyful. and I'll talk about that. But over here on this end is kind of creative, spontaneous movement, and movement that just emerges moment to moment. And so that is deeply unstructured and is very much occurring from listening to movement impulses and sensory data that are arising from within and arising from your sensory, your present moment sensory and motoric engagement with the world. And so it might be that I will pay attention to my hand and I'll just notice that it starts to lift, and then it starts to rotate a few centimeters, and then for some reason the fingers start to extend, and I just, in a sense, rather than creating a specific movement, I allow a movement to simply emerge from my ongoing attention to my present moment experience. And so we want to see bodyfulness practices all along that continuum. My suggestion is that you have and develop practices all along that continuum. In other words, you have a nice go-to practice that, let's say, is yoga or Tai Chi that you can do, and that is about these kind of precision and structured experiences of moving and breathing and sensing. But also make sure that you develop practices that are what I call emergent, right? That are emergent, that just arise from your ability to hold and care for your direct experience in the present moment. So a lot of times this end of the spectrum, this open end of the spectrum, is where a lot of therapeutic practices occur, because this allowing of emergent phenomenon to come up and have a voice is a lot about what body-centered psychotherapy is about. And Scott can maybe tell you a little bit more about that in terms of different programs that are out there about that. Particularly in embodied philosophy. So there's this importance on both ends of the spectrum, okay? Okay, so now I'm going to go into the 8 principles. But remember, in all of the 8 principles, we have it that there are practices on one end and practices on the other end, and that we want to cultivate a nice, plump, wide continuum of different practices, okay? All right, so the first core principle is oscillation. So I mentioned it before, and it's probably in a lot of ways one of my most important ones. Sorry, just checking the time. So oscillation it's a term that's used a lot in physics and engineering, and it's anything that is periodically goes back and forth. And so it's actually a really basic motion of both matter and energy oscillate. So when we look at the term oscillation, we're looking at something that's really fundamental. It's even occurring before life occurred. It's occurring in the physics of the universe, in subatomic levels as well as material levels. So it's the basic notion that there's this back and forth quality. But when we see life emerging, we see that oscillations take on a kind of special meaning when we see life emerging. So all life has oscillatory phenomenon. It's very easy to observe. My heart is beating, it's contracting and expanding. My lungs are contracting and letting go and expanding. My guts in peristalsis squeeze and let go, expanding and contracting. I have waves that occur, oscillatory waves in my brain that are a signal of brain activity. There's oscillations all through the body, both on large levels, observable levels, but also tiny, even subatomic levels and cellular levels. We see it in the level of the cell. There's a lot of ways that cells and the materials inside cells actually also oscillate. So oscillation is a very powerful physics principle, but also a biological imperative of life. And so one of the ideas of bodyfulness is that we can cooperate with these oscillations. We can actually cultivate a conscious relationship to our body's oscillations. Now, of course, that idea isn't new, but the idea that we're looking at a practice, a conscious practice that is really imbuing itself into our very biological natures, this idea of the different oscillations of the body, can be a very powerful practice. And I really encourage you to play with, first by noticing different oscillations in your body, and then just cooperating with them. Again, not trying to control them particularly, but really listening to them, appreciating them, and finding, in a sense, the voice of this beautiful back and forth that life seems to manifest as. Okay. It also, for me, has a kind of psychological and philosophical idea that when we see that if you have an oscillation, you're oscillating along a continuum, and that continuum is where your life occupies, that continuum. And so your ability to fully occupy that whole oscillatory continuum, from the details of your in-breath to the details of your exhale, from that feeling that you can almost feel your gut kind of helping you digest by squeezing and letting go. So these ideas of also, I'm a neuroscience teacher, and so I tend to use neuroscience metaphors a lot. There's a lot in the body, in the literal physical body, that is really about the middle path, what Buddhism calls the middle path. In other words, we like to hang out most of the time in a kind of a middle ground, and we use the ends of the continuum for rare circumstances, important but rare circumstances. So our body temperature likes to be in Fahrenheit 98.6. And if it deviates from that, it's usually doing something important when it deviates from that. And so our blood pressure, our salinity, our oxygenation, all of these things, very basic life functions, like to hang out in a middle path, in a middle area, a middle ground. But they also like to swing adaptively. Right? And so our bodies need to be able to adapt to changing circumstances, and also in some cases extreme circumstances, which is why we want to be able to occupy the ends of that oscillatory continuum. We want to be able to breathe really rapidly and breathe really slowly. This kind of thing. So again, there's a lot of powerful metaphors in this idea of oscillation. And the other idea is, if we think in oscillatory continuums, if we actually really take on this idea, I'd like to suggest that it also helps us resolve binaries. In other words, I am this or I am that. You are this or you are that. And the binaries are when we kind of ping pong between the extremes of continuums, good and bad, right and wrong, us and them. And so this quality of being able to say, okay, there might be some important moments, rare important moments, where I can say us and them. But there are also these very important moments where I can see community, I can see interdependence, I can see interbeing. There might be a few extreme moments where I see everything as one. So I know we have a tendency to have a romantic notion about some of these ideas, but I think the body will teach us where we tend to fall, where we create distinctions, but we can oscillate toward fewer distinctions, no distinctions, and we can really strongly establish distinctions in other cases. So oscillation is a really big deal. Okay, so take a breath and notice that very powerful oscillation there. So the second concept is balance. And so our bodies, I've actually already talked about this a little bit. Our bodies really always want to find a sense of balance. When we're standing, we are always actively balancing. Actually, if we can't go back and forth in little minute micro movements, we can't balance and we tend to fall over. And so we also have a lot of set points, which our doctors are very fond of monitoring. So they monitor our temperature, our blood pressure, our oxygenation levels, our pulse, all these different set points where the body likes to find balance and then just do small, minute adjustments. So there's also a balancing act that life gives us, as well as these broad oscillations. And we want to be able to really cultivate and work with and find practices that help us feel those set points, feel those balances, a kind of home base. And in fact, I'd like to suggest that both oscillations and balance points are our fundamental sense of identity. In other words, they're really who we know ourselves to be. I am that person. For instance, for some reason, my whole life I've had very low blood pressure and really high heart rate. I really am still investigating what that's about. But that's a fundamental feeling of when I wake up in the morning, my sense of who I am starts and really grounds in that experience, my physical nature. That's really fundamentally a part of my identity. So practices that play with our cultivation of the not only achieving states of balance, but also just physically playing with different, going into balance and off balance, because it's only by going off balance that we can really feel when balance is achieved. So very much like leaning forward until you fall, there's this quality of feeling that and then finding your center by falling off of it. And that's a metaphor as well as literal. So the third principle is feedback loops. And so if any kind of, the body is really a series of feedback loops. The whole body is constructed this way. In other words, everything in our body is interdependent with everything else. We both have, we have liver cells, we have brain cells, we have bone cells. They have distinctions, but they don't exist without being related to each other and without also talking to each other. And so everything is networked. We talk a lot about that in the brain in terms of neural networks and neural integration. But it's actually true all through the body, not just in the brain. And so we have feedback loops. In other words, the liver talks to the stomach talks to the liver. They change their behavior according to their conversations with each other. The gut talks to the brain talks to the gut. Behavior changes as a result of their conversation. And so our whole body is a series of different feedback loops. The most strong one that we tend to talk about in my field, in body-centered psychotherapy, is the sensory motor loop. And so sensation coming in, either from the inside of the body or the outside of the body, going to the central nervous system, it's processed there, and every sensation rolls over into a responsive action. In other words, our sensory processes are always designed to generate a movement. That's why it's called the sensory motor loop or the sensory motor processes. And so everything is in a feedback loop. And in a sense, we could define health as that networked conversations between the different parts of our body as being in place and active. In other words, everybody's talking to everybody else. Everyone's working it out with everybody else. My liver and my stomach and my pancreas and everything else. Everybody's talking and working it out. They're a community that is healthy because they are connecting to each other. We could see illness as when that connection, that talking, that breaks down. In other words, the liver stops talking to the stomach, or the stomach stops talking to the liver, or the stomach stops being able to interpret what the signals are from the liver. And so you can see feedback loops as a way that we can actually define health or well-being as a communicative, networked, kind of community-based project that life is. And so part of what bodyfulness is cultivating is this feeling of how I can help my liver talk to my stomach, or my stomach talk to my brain, or whatever. Now, we can't necessarily influence that consciously or directly, because a lot of what's going on in our bodies is what's called autonomic or automatic. We want that to happen. We don't. If we had to pay attention to every little thing, like our hormone levels and our moment-to-moment oxygenation, we wouldn't be able to get out of bed in the morning. We have to be able to save consciousness, which is very expensive metabolically, by the way, for other things, creative things, adaptive things. So we want a lot of stuff to be happening automatically under our awareness. So it's not that that we can all of a sudden start directing our liver to talk exactly to our stomach, but that we are cultivating an environment that helps that to occur, that supports that to occur automatically. Okay, so the fourth principle is energy conservation. And I actually alluded to it just now. Energy conservation is the fact that from the perspective of natural selection, the perspective of Darwinian evolution, we need to conserve energy. We need to find ways of expending just the right amount of energy to get something done and not overspending. Otherwise, we would have to spend a lot more time and energy on projects. And so life is always trying to conserve energy. The body always has limits, and a lot of what the nervous system is actually there for in our bodies is to select what's important to pay attention to and what's not important to pay attention to, because being awake is actually metabolically very expensive. For instance, our whole brain is only about 6 or 8% of our body weight, but it takes up about a quarter of our calories, our metabolism. It's a very expensive organ. And if you look at even within the brain, the parts of our brain that are working with conscious awareness are more expensive metabolically than the ones that are operating on automatic. So we're always trying to conserve energy. How we conserve energy is by forming habits. Habits are critically important. They're very, very important. You want to be able to learn how to ride a bike and then know that for the rest of your life, because it's a habit that's in your body. It's called a procedural memory, if you want to get neuroscientific about it. So you want to be able to get up and just brush your teeth and not have to teach yourself how to brush your teeth every morning. Habits are exquisite phenomenon, and they save energy. When you're learning how to do a sport or a practice, at first it's kind of awkward. It takes a lot of energy. You're tired afterwards because you've had to concentrate so much on what you're doing. And then it becomes kind of automatic, and there's just a blessing with that automaticity. And so a lot of what bodyfulness looks at is this idea of energy conservation, and also the idea of habits. The more we have good habits, the more energy we have freed up for creative actions and creative thinking and doing and being. And so when we have that basis of literally good biological habits, it becomes very important. So the habit of posture, for instance, how we sit and how we hold ourselves can be either fatiguing or really help us conserve energy so that a lot of our metabolism is available for our well-being and our creative energies. In that sense, a lot of therapy, it can be about this idea of changing these kind of biological habits in the body so that they become more efficient, they become more oriented towards our well-being, and then that frees up a lot of creative energy. And so, in a sense, body-centered psychotherapy and body-centered practices, bodyfulness practices, are about this idea of sort of retooling our energy conservation so it really works for us, and that we're spending energy in appropriate means. For some reason, my husband is opening the door, and so something must be really important. He has to get something, his phone. Okay. So fifth principle. How's your sensing? Just take a moment and pay attention to your left foot. Now pay attention to your right ear. And now just breathe with the idea that you can just support and say hello to your left foot and your right ear. Okay, fifth concept, fifth principle, discipline. And so discipline is a funny word, isn't it? We all have different associations to it. They could be really positive associations, like if you're a yoga teacher and you have a yoga practice and you're very disciplined about spending 45 minutes a day in different asanas that really support your well-being. So that's a great example of a positive connotation that you might have to discipline. Other people, let's say like myself, I was raised Catholic. I'm very, I'm getting up there. I went to Catholic school in the 50s, and I can remember getting whacked with rulers by the nuns. And so I have an old memory association to the word discipline that has connotations of punishment and control and things like that. So the word discipline can be really different for a lot of us and have different memories associated with it. So we want to kind of really work with this idea of discipline in a kind of an open way and not be driven, for instance, in my case, by my past, and not sort of reject discipline because I can only think of it as a method of ruler whacking or punishment or control or religion or whatever. Okay, so practice at something is vitally important. The body actually needs to practice things to get good at them. And this is a principle you can see every day. You had to practice riding a bike before you got good at it. You have to practice the guitar before you can play a song. We have to practice a lot of things on a daily basis, and there's a kind of a discipline involved in that. It is kind of about maximizing our operational efficiency again. And the body really does operate on a kind of use it or lose it principle. So we actually need practice, not only learning something, but continuing practice as a way to, again, maximize our well-being from these other perspectives that I've already talked about, these other principles. And so body efficiencies that come with discipline, that come with practice, really free up a lot of energy, and they create a kind of grace or ease. I've been writing a lot and speaking a lot lately about the concept of grace because I've been so interested that in English, and I would love to hear from others because we have so many people who speak other languages online here, that in English, the word grace means something given from God, a kind of blessing that's conferred from God, but it also means a kind of movement efficiency that comes from practice or discipline from within. So we say a dancer is graceful, or I always just powerfully, I just was spellbound by Michael Jordan when he was playing for the Chicago Bulls. I mean, the grace in that man's body was just phenomenal. And so to see someone moving gracefully is someone who is really actually embodying some of these bodyfulness principles and has a sense of practice that creates grace, where grace is probably on a physical level related to this idea of the body's ease of moving, the body's finding the most efficient path for an action to happen, not too little energy and not too much. And really, that's what appears graceful. And so, but I'm very interested in that in English, grace has these two meanings. And I think there's a contemplative possibilities in looking at that. So let me know what you know about your own language and the word grace. So the sixth principle is that change is the norm and challenge is change. And so I'm a fan of and a student of Darwinian principles. And so a lot of this comes from Darwin originally. Probably there's other philosophers and such before him, but he really pegged it to a lot of the biological understanding of life. So particularly the ability to change is very fundamental. And in fact, one of the ideas of why humans have begun to occupy their place in the biological order where we are right now, for better or for worse, is because we're very adaptable. We can change when we need to. We can really fundamentally alter ourselves in a changing environment. And this is, in a sense, from a Darwinian perspective, a definition of fitness. Our definition of fitness is that we can adapt. We can change when we need to. And so we need both habits, things that we do all the time repetitively, but we also need to break habits when things change. And we need to construct and expose ourselves to novelty. And so novelty is actually just as important, and it stands almost like a yin and a yang to the idea of habit. We need novelty and we need habit. And so change, because change is so fundamental and so important. And so we want to really understand that novelty is a part of what we are interested in bodyfulness. So, for instance, a lot of the research that's coming out now about aging shows that one of the most powerful ways that you can push back against things like Alzheimer's and dementia as you age, or taking falls or whatever, is to learn new things. So it's not just to exercise. It's not just to exercise, but it's to create novelty. It's not just to do Sudoku or crossword puzzles. It's to create novelty, to expose yourself to new things. That's why they say, learn a new language, learn a musical instrument, learn something. When you're learning, you're working with novelty. And so part of what we want to do is to set ourselves up to be able to work with change, and to whether we really call that change to us consciously and we decide to change and we sort of consciously work towards something, or during the times when change happens to us and change is, in a sense, almost forced on us by, let's say, the death of a spouse or a global pandemic or a realization of social oppression. So change is sometimes self-initiated, but it's sometimes given to us through no conscious choice of our own. And so we want to realize the function of challenge in our life. It's important. In other words, some of this research on aging also talks about how we have to challenge ourselves physically. We have to walk briskly. Let's say we have to keep working on a yoga pose to really enter it more consciously and more in a more disciplined way. We have to challenge ourselves to learn new things and to make our body, in a sense, toned toward change as well as habit. Okay, and this takes us to our seventh principle, which is called novelty and learning by contrast. So there was a physician in the 1930s or something named Edmund Jacobson, who was one of the first people who discovered the concept that we learn by contrast. In other words, the nervous system is designed to kind of run more automatically, to kind of go to sleep, to conserve energy when things are similar, when things are repetitive and not novel. So when things get really rote or completely known, we have a tendency to just kind of go, yeah, and look at something else, or kind of get sleepy or drowsy or go off somewhere. And so we actually have to create novelty in order to learn something. We have to get curious about something that is unknown or just on the edge of the known. And so we want to be able to generate novelty and generate contrasting experiences. Part of, for me, what has been, I've had to really work on in the COVID lockdown is that it has decreased novelty for me. It's decreased my ability to have conversations with friends that might be challenging, or to physically challenge myself by going into new environments, things like that. And so I've had to really get more creative about finding novelty in the midst of COVID. And I think a lot of the depression that we see and a lot of the mental stressors, mental and emotional stressors of COVID likely have to do with our really human need for novelty. And so how do we do that is a very powerful question. Okay, last principle. And then I'm going to race through other things. So maybe we have a few moments for some questions. So our last principle is called associations and emotions. And so a lot of our experience, our sensory experience, always starts being processed unconsciously, whether it's just a reflex action like a knee-jerk reflex. That sensory motor loop can be very automatic, processed more sort of simplistically. But then the higher we get up into the brain, the more processing occurs. But it's still, even at the level of our emotions and our initial categorizing of sensation, like, okay, this is a painful sensation, or this is a novel sensation, or no, I know this sensation, I've felt it a million times. All of that is occurring pre-consciously. It's occurring in parts of the brain. That kind of classification of incoming data is being that categorization is actually occurring below conscious awareness, and always will be. Because, again, it would be too expensive if we had to do it consciously. There's just too much sensation out there. There's too much input. And so the unconscious brain is always making decisions about what's important and what isn't to become aware of, right? To expend the energy to become aware of. And so what that does is it pulls in emotions and associations to help with that categorization process. So that question, how do we feel about it? If something is coming in, there's that sense of, how do I feel about this? Have I felt this before? Should I be afraid of this? Should I get excited about this? Etc. And so we have an emotional response forming before we're ever aware that a particular sensation is happening. And so it helps, this can help us understand how we can work with emotions, and how we can work with them is through what we call associations. So the brain is actually an associative organ. It's always, when sensation comes in, it's always saying, okay, have I felt this before? Was it in this category, or was it like this or unlike that? And so it's really trying to make a place for it in the world we have already constructed. And so we can work very consciously with that process by working with different associations that come up and emotions that come up. This is why psychotherapy works so profoundly, no matter what the system, with emotions and with associations. So, for instance, Sigmund Freud pioneered the idea of free association. So I don't know how many of you know Freud's work, but what he did was he had patients lie down on couches and he said, just talk. And so they just started talking, and they would find what the talking did was it kind of relaxed their defenses, and they would start like interjecting words that would start to come up from more unconsciously processed phenomenon. And so a good Freudian will pick that out and start to say, you just said, let's look at that, right? So any psychotherapist knows how to do this, but a really good psychotherapist knows how to do this not only verbally, but non-verbally. In other words, the body is always talking as well. What I work with a lot, and what my colleagues work with a lot, is physical free association. The idea that I can listen to a sensation as a form of body speaking. And I can say, okay, that's a familiar one, and then, oh, there's that little tickle right behind my breastbone. Okay, I'm going to just shine the light of my attention on it. I'm just going to take care of it for a minute, let it talk in its own language. It doesn't have to go into Farsi or Spanish or whatever language is your root verbal language. Body phenomenon and body languages precede verbal languages, both in terms of your own personal development as a child, but also in the tree of life. So we want to come back home to our physical free association as a way to work with this well-being that is partly already constructed in this unconscious realm. And that's by working with associations and emotions. Okay, that is the 8 principles of bodyfulness. Again, what I would like to suggest is that you, from your own sense of your own bodily rights and own bodily authority, can find different practices that are already out there that help you cultivate each of those different 8 areas. And also that you can also find your own free play and free kinds of inquiry that allow you to cultivate unstructured and what I would call emergent practices that just are you following your direct lived experience. And so let me shuffle around my pieces of paper here. 3, 4. So take a moment, breathe, wiggle around a little bit, notice sensations, maybe get a drink. I'd like to suggest, actually, I'm going to close the window because my neighbor is right outside.
Thanks, Christine.
Okay, yeah, they were right outside with a...
It's a great way of exploring information.
Right. Yeah. Okay, see, that's partly how you take away information that's not relevant so that you can concentrate on what's important. Okay, so there are 4 different means of how we can play with those 8 categories. So the means are we've already been using for the most part. So the first one is sensing. So it's vitally important that we pay attention to the ongoing information that's being exchanged between the different systems of our body and be more aware of sensation so that we can help it be usable for more automatic functions in our body, but also conscious actions that we might want to take or cultivate. And so being able to not only pay attention to what's painful or pleasurable, but being able to attend to what we might call neutral sensations and sensations that we don't usually pay attention to. So we both want to just go, oh yeah, there's that familiar tightness in my back. But we also want to say, I wonder what's going on in my right calf. And even though you don't get a real strong signal from your right calf, you can just put your attention there. Because the neurological principle is that what you pay attention to grows. What you pay attention to grows. What you shine attention is like sunlight and water to a plant. So when you attend to something, you grow it. And that's for, good or ill. So in other words, if you, like Thich Nhat Hanh, the Zen master that I studied with for many years, he said, if you want to grow your anger, just keep paying attention to it. And so there, you can actually pay dysfunctional attention or too much attention or the wrong kind of attention to different aspects of your experience. And a lot of what I do in psychotherapy is to help people to functionalize what they're paying attention to. And a lot of what I get interested in as a clinician is how to help people pay attention to their direct experience and how to do that in a way that doesn't very quickly categorize it, judge it, dismiss it, or use it in a kind of manipulative way in terms of their own behavior. And to help sensory processing be creative, adaptive, and really working towards our well-being. And so we actually need to cultivate our ability to pay attention to sensation, but also to be able to take our attention away from certain things and put them on other things. This is a kind of sensory athleticism that can be very important. So, for instance, I had a friend who just had a surgery, and one of the things that we played with on Zoom, of course, was how to, since the pain of the recovery was going to be there no matter what, she really wanted to work on being able to pay attention to something else as well as the pain. That she had felt she had listened to the pain, she understood the pain, and that she also wanted to be able to pay attention to something else. And so we were really working on that kind of athletic ability to take her sensory experience to something else. And in her case, she was looking out the window at a really lovely tree that was in bloom. And so she put her attention out there so she could do her own method of actually, it wasn't pain relief, it was pain restructuring. Okay, so sensing is really important. It has to do also with the position of the body and the movement of the body. We sense not only touch, taste, smell, etc., but we also have senses called proprioception and kinesthesia. Interoception is the ability to pay attention inside. Exteroception, the ability to pay attention outside. Proprioception, the ability to pay attention to our body's position in space and tone and balance. That's actually related to learning abilities and learning disabilities is proprioception. So we have to roll around more. This is why playgrounds exist. We have to roll around, somersault, and get into a lot of different positions because kinesthesia and proprioception are so important. Create novelty that way. And that's one good way that yoga, I think, is very helpful because it puts you in a lot of different proprioceptive positions. So the next one is breathing. I recommend that you investigate a lot of different breath practices. Don't get wedded to one practice. Each practice has something that it focuses on and something that it doesn't focus on. I would really recommend that you have a kind of root practice that I would call conscious breathing. In other words, that's just an ability to track your breathing in detail without trying to change it, but just really noticing the small, subtle details of your inhale and your exhale. I have a long description of conscious breathing practice in my book, so you can go there. But there's some fundamental principles about balancing inhale to exhale, making breath efficient, not too effortful, not using not enough effort, etc. So a root practice that's just about the breathing that's embedded in your daily life. And then you can find other practices that might be for more extreme cultivations. And again, but that root practice of just really being able to hold your breath rhythms and really attend to them very carefully and very reflectively. There's a lot of metaphors in breathing, psychological metaphors and emotional metaphors that can be very powerful by simply observing your breath. A lot of different associations can come up when you breathe consciously. Again, breath practice is almost universal in different spiritual traditions for a good reason. And also because breathing is totally conscious as well as unconscious. It actually straddles both the conscious part of the nervous system and the unconscious part of the nervous system, which is a good thing. Okay, so the third way that we want to relate to bodyfulness is through moving, conscious moving. And so we have conscious sensing, conscious breathing, and conscious moving. And so the idea is that there's a lot of movement always going on in me interiorly, tiny little movements. You know, my pineal gland is squirting different hormones around, and my ovaries are doing something, and my testes are doing other things, and my lungs and my heart. Everything's moving in there. A lot of it automatic, and a lot of it that I will never be able to track the details of, because that's the way my nervous system is structured, and I wouldn't want it any other different way, because I need to free up my metabolism for creative things. So moving occurs, again, all the way from the subatomic level to the large expressive gestural and locomotor movement that we do all day. And so we want to be able to work with that whole continuum, to be able to observe tiny little micro movements and value them just as much as we do large observable movements and gestural and communicative movements, etc. And so we want to play with our movement very consciously. And I, again, would encourage you to find practices that are going to cultivate certain kinds of athletic tone in your body, whatever that is, but also practices about movement that are more open, that just allow you to play with open movement that doesn't need to go anywhere. So just dancing to some music or dancing to no music at all. Just really lying on the floor, standing in the middle of your living room and allowing your body to just be moved by your present moment experience. A little harder to cultivate, which is why we have a lot of structured practices that say, okay, now put your hand exactly here and bend it exactly like this. That's a great idea, but you don't want that to be your only practice. Right? You want to be able to go, and I'm standing here right now, and it feels like there's a sort of a slight falling forward in my body. I'm just going to cooperate with that and let that happen. And then I notice that my head seems to turn a little to the right as I fall forward. So I hold my attention into my present moment experience so carefully and in such an open way, non-judgmental way, non-controlling way, that different movements just start to emerge and different sort of narratives, what I call body stories or body narratives, start to emerge. And I go, oh, look, my body's starting to rotate now. I feel like I'm kind of looking up at the sun. Okay. And then it still is rotating. And then, oh, now my head is falling back. And so it has to do with what in dance therapy we call the difference between moving and being moved. You know how we just, we reach for the flower, we push the kid's tricycle, we do all these movings, conscious movings, purposeful things all day long. But then we'll, let's say, go to a movie, or in our case now, see a movie on Netflix or whatever, and we will will say that we were moved by that movie, that we were moved emotionally, that actually the movie, what the movie was doing, moved us. Or a friend will say something to us about their experience, and we feel moved by that. We want to be able to cultivate movement practices that are both about moving, conscious moving, whether it's basketball or whatever. And we want to be able to cultivate practices that are about being moved, about allowing life to move us to different places. In other words, we're both the agent of our movement and we are influenceable. And so we want to be able to, again, hold that oscillation of being able to generate purposeful movement and be able to also be moved by life, being moved by life. And so, for instance, a lot of the social protest that's going on right now in Hong Kong, in the United States, in other countries, we're all very moved by that. It's important that we're moved by the experiences of others, the voices and the body stories of other people that haven't been heard, haven't been listened to, or are in danger of being repressed and suppressed. So this idea of being moved is so critical to our well-being, so critical to bodyfulness. And so we want to be able to have movement practices that encompass that. And so to have that oscillation be very large, from a very precise practice of the tiny little precision details of playing the violin, and that, if that finger, goes 1 centimeter too far, the note is wrong. That's a very precise, disciplined movement. But there's a discipline over here as well. The discipline of being moved is just as important as the discipline of moving. And so really look at your movement work in this way. That's my 2 cents about that. So the last principle is about relating. And so we relate. We not only relate to what's going on inside of us, but we relate to what's going on outside of us. We relate to others. This is a fundamental oscillation that we don't survive without. And so relating is a very, very powerful bodyfulness practice. We aren't just practicing when we're sitting on a cushion or in a yoga studio. We need to practice as we look our lover in the eye, when we look a police officer in their eye at a protest. We need to be able to relate to people. That bodyfulness is a practice that is embedded in relating as well as in just direct experiencing. And so what can be bodyful about our relationships is a very powerful question. I'm sorry I don't have an ability to go farther into it. And I notice we're actually pretty much out of time. So let's just take a breath and again, notice your body. But also notice a few details around the room. And you might want to look at a few of the little boxes that have other people in them. I can see Scott smiling. And just take a few conscious breaths. And now I'll just turn it over to Scott to see if we have time for a few questions. I know that you also said something about a quote, Scott, so why don't you take over here?
Yeah, thank you, Christine, for such an amazing class. I couldn't have imagined doing this conference without starting with Christine. I think her ability to articulate the subtleness of the human experience and be able to create such clear words and language and frameworks to help us understand it is beyond incredible. So thank you, Christine, for doing your magic as always. And I feel so blessed to just be able to hang out with you so much and learn from you. And so thank you for that. In a minute, I will turn it back to Christine, to Dr. Caldwell. As a way, we love to just end with a quote, like a golden nugget from our facilitator. So I'm going to give you a few announcements, and then we'll turn it back to Christine Caldwell to end the class for today. So up next, you will actually be a panel with Don Johnson, Albert Wong, and Christine Caldwell and myself on what is embodiment in psychology. And that is a different link. So you'll need to exit out this room and go into a different Zoom link for the panels, just for that one time today. I'm really excited about that panel, so I hope you'll join us there. If you have leftover questions for Dr. Caldwell, bring them to the panel and we'll see if we can explore them there as well. Just a reminder, we created a private Facebook group just for this community. If you haven't had a chance to join it, please do. The conversations will continue there. Start a conversation about this class there and let people kind of express and explore it with you. Just a reminder, the classes will be available to rewatch for 48 hours. If you'd like to watch this class over and over again and unpack it for the rest of your life, I know, you can always purchase the collection. It is half off until Sunday. And profits from that go to 3 incredible nonprofits that the faculty help pick. And without further ado, I will turn it back to you, Dr. Caldwell. Christine, if there's a quote or something you want to sort of leave us with.
Yeah. Well, I originally thought I should read something out of Bodyfulness, the book Bodyfulness, but I decided instead to go for the edges and go for current events. So, and I feel myself getting close to tears. I'm so moved by what's happening right now in the States. So I'll just sort of blubber through this quote. It's a quote by Ta-Nehisi Coates, an African-American man here in the States, from a book called Between the World and Me. But all our phrasing, race relations, racial chasm, racial justice, racial profiling, white privilege, even white supremacy, serves to obscure that racism is a visceral experience, that it dislodges brains, blocks airways, rips muscle, extracts organs, cracks bones, breaks teeth. You must never look away from this. You must always remember that the sociology, the history, the economics, the graphs, the charts, the regressions of all lands with great, the graphs, the charts, the regressions all land with great violence upon the body. So we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do, not just in our own personal practice, but in the body of the world. So thank you.
Thank you, Christine. We'll take some breaths together.
Yeah.
We'll feel the support of the chair, the earth holding us in the magnitude of that resonance. Great. And I want to thank you so much, Christine. We'll see you in about a half an hour to continue. Yeah. And thank you everyone who attended and is watching. This is such a powerful, important, and significant process that we are joining in together as a community. So thank you so much. and we will see you very, very soon. Take a walk, get some water, have some self-care practices, and we will see you in just a little bit. See you soon. Bye now.
Okay, so there's going to be a 30-minute interval or 30-minute break between what just happened and what's coming next, which is a panel discussion. This should be interesting. Dr. Caldwell did a really good job. She gave us so much information. Thank goodness that we have the link at the bottom of the group, the chat there. embodimentpsychologysummit.com. There's the schedule. Day 1, day 2. It's a 5-day conference or summit, you guys. It's all free. It will be available for 48 hours for you to revisit if you would like. Next, this is what's happening next. What is embodiment in psychology? This is a panel discussion. This should be interesting. For now, sorry for the background noise. Doing laundry. I guess for now, I'm gonna go play a game and revisit this in about 30 minutes. So thank y'all for being here. I hope y'all are gaining something from this. Good stuff. Thank y'all for being here. This is so cool, right? Absorb. Let's turn off the music. Oh, okay. So they can get YouTube. Search for the talisman. Why not? What is really going on here? Okay. Oh. So we gotta guess what this is. Okay, swan. A mask? A map? Reflection, sneaky, sneaky. Swan mask, hat, bow tie, and gloves. The mayor's office again. Okay, a playing card, a swan, water. The top hat. Ooh, that mask though. Oh, I'm getting hung up on one thing. Fabergé egg. Letter A. Oh. Wait. Smoking pipe. Where's the swan? A door plate. Teapot, swan, and door plate. I hear footsteps, I swear. Now wait a minute. Where's the swan? My time is running out. Oh dear. Okay. Into the panel discussion with Dr. Caldwell and 2 more people. No. That's gonna trick you. No. Wait, no. This mouse, this cursor. Press on the card. Okay. Oh. no. This one's hard. Okay. I see. Beware the ghostly mist. Oh, I'm scared. I'm backing out. Who could have sent the mist? The ghostly mist. This is a game of who does. Ooh. What? Oh. It's like Scooby-Doo, isn't it? Banish the werewolf. We have about 15 minutes until the next panel discussion starts on Zoom for the Embodiment Summit here. To do a filler, so we're not just sitting here. Okay, so we have to bust these tiles. Okie dokie. Do I have any trade yet? Nope. Okay. I ain't finna buy. No. Oh boy. back out. You really want to play the game? Yes. We're going to participate. Hopefully this is available. Oh. So this is what's coming up next. Panel discussion with Dr. Caldwell, Don Hanlon Johnson, and Dr. Wong. These three. It starts in 10 minutes. 12 p.m. It's 11:50 right now. So
we'll promote you to host. And Sally will promote Albert to host. Let's get started in just about 10 minutes, everyone. So as you're coming on, you can write into the chat box where you're zooming in from. Let us know. Where you're zooming in from, if this is your first class of the day. Hi, Don. Don, you'll just have to unmute yourself and start your video.
There. How's that?
Perfect. Nice to see you.
Yeah, you too.
How are you feeling?
Great.
Good.
Are you back in New York?
I am back in New York after months of being away.
Here I am, 2 miles from the Pacific, and you're back in New York.
You're still in California, right?
I am, yes.
Great. Yeah.
Wherever.
Wherever we are, we are.
Since birth.
Yeah. Great. So I know that Ara, can you just add Albert, please?
Yes, I will find him.
Thanks. Hi, Albert. Nice to see you.
Hey, Scott. Good to see you. Hey, Don. Hey.
Hi, Albert.
Hey, Don. Good to see you.
You too.
Yeah.
All right. So we got Marlene, welcome from Portugal. Amy from Ohio, welcome. Great. And we'll get started, everyone, in about 10 minutes, or 7 minutes, I guess that is. Time. Albert, it's
time.
Yeah, you too.
Talk to you in a couple of weeks.
I know it's been forever. It's been like pandemic time. It's like a whole thing, right? Oh my goodness.
I talk to your friends in a week. It feels like a month somehow.
Yeah. Yeah. Such a strange world.
I know. Hi, everyone. As you're logging in, please head to the chat box and just let us know where you're zooming in from, if this is your first class or discussion of the day, and maybe even one thing that if you were on the last class, just like one thing that you came out of it with. That was Dr. Christine Caldwell's class, which was pretty amazing, as always. And we'll get started in about 6 minutes. Great. Christina from Montreal, welcome. Joshua from Texas, first class of the day, welcome. This is will be a panel, and then we'll get back to our regularly scheduled classes. And by panel, I usually mean like a lively conversation. Sometimes panels can feel a little tame. Welcome, Ashley, from, I think you said New York. Great, thank you for sharing something you learned from Christine's class. And Becky from Wisconsin, welcome. So we'll get started in about 6 minutes. And welcome, Raymond from the Netherlands. Glad to have you. Janet from Rhode Island. Roshi from Chicago. Empero, I think, from Canada. Christina. Yes, Christina, I will post the Cynthia Oselli quote on the Facebook page a bit later. Anna from Canada, welcome. And actually, when you go to the chat box, you can scroll it down and it will say all panelists and attendees. So I would suggest even writing to all attendees and all panelists and attendees. That way the whole community can see where you're from, not just us as the panelists. As much as we love that, we also want everyone to know where you're zooming in from. So go ahead, and if you go to the bottom ribbon of your Zoom and you hit the chat box, and then there's a little drop-down menu, and you can hit all panelists and attendees. And that way you can write to everyone and say hello, or wherever you're coming in from. Maybe even say hello in your mother tongue. That's always fun to see as part of the full global community. I can't promise I'll pronounce it, but it's nice to read. And again, just a reminder to click all panelists and attendees in the drop-down menu, else it's just the panelists who see your beautiful message of hellos. So all panelists and attendees. And we'll get started in about 4 minutes. We're just have one more panelist coming in soon. Okay, great. And welcome, Christine, Dr. Caldwell, back to the hangout room. What I love about
Christine.
this is
Hi, Don. Good to see you.
You too.
Hi, Albert. Good
Hey,
to
Christine.
see you too.
Yeah, you too. Yeah.
what I love about this is just like it's like this collection of friends that seeing you all together is really special.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for joining. We'll start in about 2 minutes, everyone. I know most people come in on the hour, and it's a different Zoom link than what you usually use for all the other classes. So people are coordinating that. We'll get started in just 2 minutes. As you're zooming in, if you would be so kind as to go down to the bottom chat box, or the bottom ribbon where it says chat. And there's a drop-down menu where it says all panelists and attendees. And that I would click that and then tell us where you're zooming in from, if this is your first class of the day, if this is what maybe an inspiration is from joining this summit, just to connect to the whole community. And we'll get started in just a minute or two.
Oh, hey there.
You see some friends coming up.
Yeah, I got
It's fun to see.
Hey there. Oh, that's sweet.
People coming in from California and the Netherlands, Sweden, UK, Vancouver, New York City. I know that some people are still doing just to the panelists, so I'll read these out. Berlin, Texas, Ottawa, Canada, the UK. Great. So we'll get started in just a minute or two as people are hopping in for the class, or for the discussion panel. Great. So we'll get started in just a minute. As you're zooming in, we would love to hear where you're zooming in from, a little bit about why you're joining the summit even. And if you go down to the chat icon and make sure just to click all panelists and attendees. That way everyone from the community gets to hear and see your messages on where you're from, which is, I think, one of the most incredible things is that we are 75,000 people who are joined for the summit, and they're from all around the world. You know, in the calls earlier, they were coming in from every single continent. I don't know if I saw Antarctica, actually. So almost every single continent. But it's been quite incredible to see people from all over the world. So thank you for joining us and being part of that. All right, so I will officially start this exciting conversation I'm really excited about. So hello everyone, I'm Scott Lyons. I am your host for the Embodied Psychology Summit. And I'm here with some of the people, I would call them like leaders in embodied psychology, people that I'm most certainly been inspired by in my career. And so it's quite an honor to have them here together with each of you. So in a moment, I'll read their bios so you get a little more introduction, but it's Dr. Don Johnson, Dr. Albert Wong, and Dr. Christine Caldwell. And just a few notes. You are in Zoom, and as you notice, you aren't able to verbally speak to us, but that doesn't mean you can't communicate with us. We encourage it. It's in the chat icon. There is a great place, which is a great place just to communicate with the whole community. Just make sure you click all attendees, all panelists and attendees. Someone said they did see someone from Antarctica. So we got every place in the world now. Oh. And if you have questions that come up for the panelists, then write them on the bottom ribbon. There's a place that says Q&A. And that is a great place to write in your questions that we'll have some time to get to as part of the panel today. or discussion. And why I say discussion is, the typical format is someone asks questions to panelists and they answer, and we'll start that way. But what I really like, because we're amongst friends here, is that each of us can actually ask each other questions and speak from the experience of someone else and keep kind of going in more of a conversational format, which I think is actually really pleasant and enjoyable. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you with short bios. The longer bios are available on the site. And first is Dr. Christine Caldwell, Professor Emeritus in the Somatic Counseling Program at Naropa University, author of many books, including Getting Our Bodies Back, Getting in Touch, the Body and Oppression and Bodyfulness, and is also the founder of the Moving Cycle Institute. Welcome, Christine. And Dr. Don Johnson, welcome. Don Johnson is the author of several books, articles, and collections on various dimensions of bodily experience, including his new book, Diverse Bodies, Diverse Practices for Inclusive Somatics, which I'm super excited to chat about hopefully today. And is also professor in the new doctoral program in somatics at CIIS. Dr. Albert Wong is a licensed psychologist and somatic educator with long-standing interest in the intersection of embodiment, trauma, and scalable technology. Excited to hear about the combination of those elements. And he's served as residential staff at Esalen Institute for 5 years and is the founder of the online education platform Somatopia. And welcome, Albert.
Thanks.
So I'm so excited to just begin this conversation. You know, each of you have made such a substantial contribution to this field. And that's kind of where I'd love to begin, is getting to focus on you and sort of what you've brought forward into this field of embodiment in psychology or embodied psychology. So I do want to start with a question that it will go to each of you, and then we'll go from there. But I want to hear what really excites you about embodied psychology and what's been your leading edge contributions in this field. Just a small question. So what excites you about embodied psychology after these years of really helping evolve it, and what's been the leading edge and your contributions in that evolution? So Don, would you be open to going first?
Okay, it was a very big question. I guess the heart of my motivation these very many years has been what you're doing now, which is I was very struck by how fragmented this group of wonderful people were back in the 60s, where there were so many wonderful things that came here from all over the world. And the situation, and largely pressured just by the people's need to make a living, was a lot of pushing brands and competing with one another to get business. And I thought, gee, if we could only have a more community, that would be great. So like Christine and Albert, one of the places that I was very familiar with from a long life in academia was certainly in the university world, you have a possibility of dialogue that's not so contentious. So my early moves to found a graduate program were mainly for two reasons: to bring together people who really shared a common vision despite any kind of particular methods. And the other one was making it easier for people to make a living doing this work. So it was very hard in the 60s for many people to create a life that was sustainable. So given that fact, this current situation to me is even more so demanding our figuring out ways of coming together. So I really admire you, Scott, for having created this thing, because we're so desperately in need of nurturing communities in this very fractured time. So that's what I'll start with.
Great. We can keep circling back as we go about what's exciting and what contributions, because for those of you who are watching, these people have made massive contributions. They're humble and each of their own way, but I will not be on their behalf. And they are, they're just even in their writings, their teachings have made massive contributions to this way in which the idea of psychology exists in the exploration of the wisdom of our body. And how that, as Don is saying, even contributes to exploring that in relational community dynamics and interpersonal relationships as well. Christine, love for you to go next if you would. So what's exciting with you, the contribution to Leading Edge?
Yeah, well, first I would say I'm very excited to be on this panel with 3 other of my favorite people in this world and in this field. So thanks for putting that together, Scott. I really appreciate it. And particularly Don and I think, have been around long enough that we've seen a lot of the evolution of the field. And I guess it's one of the advantages of our age that we can look over 40, 50 years of this field. And I would say that similar to what Don has said, is that we've gone from being on the margins of what people were thinking and doing to being really at the core. I think more and more we're seeing somatics and embodiment research really tell us that the body's lived experience is really at the core, and everything radiates out from that core. And we're seeing people, like Don was saying, people's careers and people's ability to train be so multidimensional and rich these days, because there's so much interdependence and cooperation between people that were, as Don said, fragmented at the beginning and also marginalized at the beginning. But now it's really not that way, and it's very exciting to see and very needed. So we've gone from the margins to the center. We've also gone from fragmented to networked. And I think what that's done is given us a level of sophistication that is really then able to address a lot of issues. I think the other thing that I've seen evolve over the years is a more sort of, probably because of the beginning of the field, a more in the beginning focus on interpersonal, intrapsychic processing, really trying to get at what's happening inside of a body, how does thought and emotion and movement and sensation and breath interrelate? How do they influence each other, and how can we leverage that for healing? But now we're able, because we've gone through that developmental phase, I think we're able now to say, okay, how does embodiment really make a contribution to society? How can we understand the body as a social phenomenon and a community-based phenomenon, as well as a individual phenomenon? So I see really a lot of hopefulness in our ability to use embodiment and somatics as a social force at this point in our lives, very much needed point. And I feel like my contribution has been in a couple of different areas, and I'll just speak about one. And one is that I've always been very movement-based. And so I've been writing and talking and training in the area of how movement is a part of that really important, to me, central idea of somatics. And I particularly, over the last 10 years, have gotten very interested in micro movements. And so the contribution of the really tiny, almost metabolic movements of the body and how we can work with those very consciously in a psychotherapeutic context, not just a medical context, but a psychotherapeutic and social context. And so I get interested in movement on that broad continuum from all the way from micro movements to large, expressive, socially mediated movements, but also the diversity work.
Nice going, Christine.
Nice going on your part as well. Oh my goodness.
I love that. And I think that, Christine, thank you for naming that. I think that's been, we've had there's a conversation that's available at any time for people to watch on embodied social justice. And I think there was a really important piece there that was saying, often in the world of embodiment and somatic type work, there can be a lot of focus inward. Mm-hmm. And there has been, and that's so significant and important, like you're describing. And then it's essential that we also look at how does that apply to the social and community applications as well.
Yeah.
So, thank you for naming that. Mm-hmm. I know that we'll probably dive more into that subject soon. I have a sneaking suspicion. So thank you for your contributions, Christine. It's been great. Albert, we'd love to hear from you.
Sure. Well, I feel like I'm kind of a spring chicken on some level, just in terms of like the illustriousness and the history that really is here. Right. I think, and just as you said, and I'll just echo it, kind of Don, you and Christine have been kind of foundational pillars, right, of bringing forward this movement when there were voices in the wilderness, right? Kind of, there's a way of like trying to dignify kind of this kind of Wild West field with academic respectability,
Wild Tibetan.
Yeah, right. It's and sometimes it's still hard to kind of ride the bucking bronco, but you guys have been just steadfast with your kind of acumen, right? Your clarity, kind of your championing, and the tradition that I come from is the Esalen tradition, where it's nobody captures the flag. Right, which is like kind of in a field where there's personalities, there's the need to create a living, there's kind of so much incentivization for kind of claiming the one and the only way and the truth. I see both of you. All of us, but in part because of the history, right? Kind of, I think all of us share this as a common thread, but kind of Don and Christine, you as early trendsetters in creating a space for collective inquiry, right? And kind of thinking about things in the broader perspective. So yeah, it's just, it's an honor to be here kind of on this panel, right? Trying to hold down the fort in my own way, right? With one of the big three, right? John F. Kennedy kind of in the somatics program. So, and there's always kind of shifts and changes, as the world turns. But, in terms of embodiment and my contribution, I'm new on the game, right? I contribute in the ways that I can. One of the things, and I'll agree with Christine, just in terms of just the notion of, and I was actually going to use that quote, from the margins to the center, right? Because we've gone from being kind of this kind of wacky, weird thing that people do, right? Like, what's that? To being, kind of, I think on some level, the leading, and it's gone from leading edge to almost in some fields, core curriculum, right? If you want to learn about trauma nowadays, it's like, okay, this is, you got to do this. I mean, on some level of embodiment. So it's really kind of a different role and a different kind of evolutionary process. I think in the beginning, it's like, okay, kind of how do we not tear each other apart and kind of find our identity as a field? And now it's kind of, okay, now we, on some level, when The Body Keeps the Score is on the New York Times bestseller list, kind of like, I don't know, 6 years running, right? Like we are in a different position. And so how do we kind of take this that we've got and then extend it, right? Taking it from kind of the wisdom of the body into into different fields and use it. I think Christine, you were getting at this, like, kind of, okay, not just the micro movements, but the broader movements, like the movement that's happening in the world, right? There's this notion of change happens from the bottom up. Right? Change happens from the bottom up. And if you look at social change that's happening, it's happening from the bottom up, and kind of learning to use the technology and the wisdom of this field to create that kind of shift and change. And this conference itself being an example of that, right? Voices from all over Antarctica, and all the continents, right? Collectively coming together and shaping, I don't know, a new body, a new kind of organic whole that maybe can make a difference. So, I think all of these are super beautiful and exciting. And so it's just an honor to take a small place in line in this great lineage. Yeah.
Beautiful. I was wondering how long into you talking would people start to comment on the soothingness of your voice? I've been teaching with Albert for, I guess, a year now or two, and it's always so fun to see people, like that's one of the first things they do. There's a tone, and I actually want to name that because I think that's part of an embodiment practice, is that the tone of the voice is reflective of the inner regulation, the inner capacity to settle and find ease. And the idea of that, even as a therapist, that you yourself have an embodied experience, that your own ability to regulate, to process, might contribute to how someone else is experiencing their experience.
Let me just step in on that, because what you inspired me, Alice, to forget something, which is I would say that my main focus in my teaching has been language, in the sense of how do we bring to words what we discovered when Christine and I got into this stuff. People were always saying, we can't talk about any of this stuff, it's too precious, which means we marginalize ourselves.
Yeah, right.
And one of the great insights right now for me, enormous insight, is I've had this weird life trajectory. So I had my first grandchild when I was 85 years old. And so I'm watching her grow up. And it's just fascinating. It's just overwhelmingly fascinating to see this movement from and gradually watching her attuning to our sounds without words. And then gradually, you can just see her. Tomorrow, she did say dada the other day to my son. And she's gradually beginning to form that. So to me, this task of keeping language moving in that current of experience and not getting cut off from it, which is the big problem we're having right now. One way of seeing a lot of problems we're having right now with disconnected language in the world. That's been a really big work of mine, of really letting, and Genlin has been probably the best teacher of mine in that world, where he really, he's created focusing to help people sit down and not say the words until they're ready to come out of the whole experience. And so anyhow, you remind me of that, Al, because it's so hard to talk to people. You're so great to talk to.
No, that's so kind. I'm so with you just in terms of kind of letting the words kind of retain their life, right? Let the word be a living word, not just kind of, because sometimes words land like thud,
Too much lock out there. It's just like
right, lock us down. Yeah.
In that sense, words are just kind of empty vessels waiting to be filled by our experience. And part of it is being able to tap into our experience so that the language can be mothered into expression.
Yeah.
I'd also like
to sound, yeah.
I'd also like to put in a plug for body language and body narrative. So I think part of what all of us, particularly here on this panel, are also really interested in is the relationship of the nonverbal language systems to the verbal language systems, and how to create a kind of flow between wordless experience and wordful experience. Mm-hmm. And I think all of us have championed that you can't really have a wordful experience, a graceful wordful experience, if you can't hold and be with and care for your wordless experience. Mm-hmm. And the language of the body as your first language. Before you even have verbal language, your body is your language, your moving body is your language system. And so to be able to connect those two elements, I think, is a critical part of what, particularly, I think it's not a mistake or an accident that you've invited a bunch of academics on this panel. We're all academics, tried and true to the bone, right? And so the quality of how particularly we can study experience, even wordless experience, is part of what we signed up for when we became body-centered people. And so wordless experience is kind of at that root of how we support wordful experience. So just wanted to add that puppy in there.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to add a tiny bit to that, I'm always struck both when my son was born and when my granddaughter was born, my friends say, gee, it would be great when they get to the verbal stage. And I'm saying, well, no, I love it, right? I'm very happy with the stage.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so amazing. It's incredibly amazing to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, and Christina put it another way, I think, you describe it so well. And I think part of the process of this embodied psychology, or interchangeably, we could say somatics, mm-hmm. or maybe we can talk about, are they different? Mm-hmm. But, one of the things is returning to our native language, this mm-hmm. universal native language of the body, of sensation, of breath, of movement. Mm-hmm. And to re-enter into and come back into the fullness of our innate language gives us more access to the fuller conversation that is actually happening within us and around us.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, just tagging on to that, I think that so much of what is problematic about our society is that we forgot how to go back into that wordless place, of pure experience, and be kind of connected to just the raw feeling where it is, just like kind of the baby that's been born. It's like, hey, that doesn't look right. That's not okay. And then feeling that, letting our bodies feel that so that we can kind of then find the words. I think so much like when we're kind of just, Dawn, as you were describing, kind of the newborn child, right? In some ways, like kind of the tyranny of words can sometimes take over. Right. And then we become just operationalized in a top only kind of environment where kind of we become disconnected from that kind of that process, that dialectic between wordlessness and wordfulness, right? Mm-hmm. Kind of we become disembodied rather than body full, mm-hmm. right? And so kind of I think one of our challenges in the field and challenges of our society is how do we reconnect that, right? Rediscover the child, rediscover the body, rediscover the inside so that we're speaking from the inside out, and the bottom up, not just top to top to top. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the three of us have survived the most wordy culture. It's a hard work. I struggle with it every day. So we certainly got into the lion's den.
Amen to that.
Don, I don't know. I know Christine and we both were dancers. And Albert, I don't know your background. If you were dancers, maybe you were. But it is interesting that I think, you know, a lot of us who came from a very bodyful practice, such as somatics and movement therapy, then, you know, it was a natural transition into something in terms of psychology called embodied psychology or somatic psychology. And I actually want to see, is there a difference between somatic and embodied psychology?
I just want to say, I'm always saying this to people, we're making it up as we go along. We're the people who are making up the words, so we can say whatever we want. First of all.
Yeah.
Secondly, I came to this before there was much formal psychology, psychoanalysis and behavioral psych. Those were the dominants. So I entered the field. I have my doctorate in philosophy and hung out, you know, was raised with Carl Rogers and all those people who are doing what now is kind of crystallized as clinical psychology, counseling psychology. But it was the Wild West in those days. So we were making it up as we went along. So to answer your key question, to me, there's a whole panoply of body practices, some of which lend themselves very easily to the counseling situation, other which not so much. Like rolfing is not a particularly easy thing to integrate into a psychotherapeutic mold. But it is easy to combine it. Like one of my friends who's a rolfer is a no performer in Japan, and he totally integrates rolfing within the theater experience and movement experience. Mm-hmm. So somatics to me is a much bigger umbrella of like meditation. I think the closest model parallel to somatics in my mind is meditation practices. We have a whole panoply of them, and some of them can be shuttled into the psychotherapy mode.
Yeah. And I know that for some of us coming into this call, the idea of embodied psychology or somatic psychology, but for now embodied psychology, is actually a new concept. So maybe we could take a few minutes just to orient kind of in a timeline or kind of position what has been more the traditional psychology, so from which most of us have sort of stemmed from, and then the transitionary process into something that's more embodied in terms of psychology.
Well, historically, it's a curious reality, because historically with Freud and Jung, they started out with the body. Mm-hmm. And then it became problematic because of sex in all those cases. So that's my little two-liner. So Freud's first paper was on a case of male hysteria where this guy dragged his leg, but it wasn't the anatomical leg. He started saying, So psychoanalysis started very, very much focused on body experience, and then drifted away because of power issues and political issues and sex issues. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So a lot of it's recovery of the late 19th century, and particularly after 1918, after the World War, when trauma became such a big deal.
Mm-hmm. Dean Albert, do you want to add to that sort of positioning of sort of, I guess that's a really good point too, Don, that it's not just the classical ideas of psychology, but even like we could say the last 80 some years of psychology that break from the body into more analysis, and then the returning of the body.
Yeah.
Well, I think that one sort of very almost simplistic way to look at it is from the perspective of top down, bottom up. And and the idea of top down is the idea that you can think about and talk about your experience, which is a level of abstraction from it. And that there's kind of a trickle down economics there, that your thinking can influence you to get better. I'm going to make it in real simplistic terms. And so there's where Freud's talking cure came from. But Don's really correct. There was a lot of ways initially that Freud was very somatic. He, for instance, in the very beginning, used touch with his clients also. And he had people lie down on couches for a good reason, because he felt like it was he called it regression in the service of the ego, but blah, blah, blah. That's my academic talking. So, but there's this top-down quality of the idea that how I think about something can influence my ability to get better, more well-being. And there's a limitation to that. Certainly we can use thinking and speaking as a resource, but when we valorize it as the only resources or as the only doorway, we really miss a tremendous amount of experience. We miss anyone with addiction, anyone with profound mental illness like schizophrenia. We miss children. We miss we just miss so many people and so many life experiences when we confine ourselves to just that one top-down resource. And so a lot of what we're pioneering is this idea of that bottom-up holding of direct experience, tracking the body's state, the body's movement, the body's processing or ongoing experiencing of itself is actually centrally relevant to our ability to work with our experience. And so Don was talking about, we really only had psychoanalysis was the talking cure. And then we had behaviorism, which was our first sort of more primitive attempt at a bottom-up process. Skinner and Watson and those people said, listen, doesn't matter what you think. It's all about what you do, right? It's all in behavior. And so that has certain limitations as well. And so, a lot of what Skinner eventually started to talk about became really sort of extreme, and the idea of what you do is the only thing. Mm-hmm. And so I think really what bodies do is bodies organically and constantly oscillate between top down and bottom up. We're always going, something's rising up from the physical experience, and then something is playing with that from the more cognitive experience. And that oscillation, that flow, cooperative, integrative flow between top down and bottom up is probably where we're headed. And it's very important that all of us sort of feel that our lives can be enriched both by what we do top down and by what we do bottom up. It's just that historically the bottom up has been marginalized, it's been suppressed, it's been made wrong, and it continues to be so now with different kinds of social oppression create a kind of bodilessness or a misembodiment that then really interferes with and distorts our ability to use bottom-up processes for our own well-being. And so that's, again, I'll stop there. Because us academics, we can talk for hours.
That was fabulous, Christine. That was really great. I just want to add one little piece. When Freud departed from the body, that's when analysis got interminable and out of reach of anybody. So there's something about coming back to body experience that makes it accessible. You don't have to have 5 sessions on the couch a week talking.
Right.
So the thing becomes more popularly available.
Yeah, really important point, Don.
Social justice work.
Yeah. No, I think all of these are really linked, right? Kind of. Yeah, I mean, I think this. I sometimes think about just the way the field is moving into kind of like, I think a lot of, I don't know, like early stage somatics embodiment people were really just bottom up, like listen to the bottom, and then and now we're moving into a different phase, which is much more just like you were saying, Christine, about like how do we kind of integrate the both, right? Okay, now that we've gotten a little bit more airtime or play given to the body, how do we kind of have that dialogue between, bottom processes, top processes, and kind of connect them? I just like to, I don't know, one small point, like even before Freud, like with hypnosis, right? That was very like putting the hand on the forehead, all of these things very embodied even before Freud. And then I think I want to just say, something that I think we should be cautionary of. And I think with Christine, kind of you kind of helped us kind of steer through it, that we should become careful about our own kind of somatic dogmatism, right? Like bottom up is the only way, right? Yeah. Because I think that is a challenge that has faced different kind of bodies of work historically, whether it was psychoanalysis that became like, oh, you have to join our institute, and we became like the only thing in town, which kind of other people couldn't get into. It became very exclusive, right? And then supplanted by the modern CBT paradigm, which now kind of, we're evidence-based and therefore exclusive, right? And nothing else is of value. And we run the risk, right, in our field. And I understand sometimes when you're at the margins, you have to kind of shout loud and kind of like claim. But now that we're in a position, and I think increasingly so, right, to say, we're legit, right, to not kind of silo ourselves off or negate kind of the top, right? To be integrative of kind of bottom up, top down. And I would add also kind of different processes like inside out, outside in, right? Kind of past present, which I think, and present past, kind of that's the psychoanalytic channel. Like there's all these different kind of integrations, right? And I think, and just to hold the mic for a second longer, but I think that there's so many different kind of fields within psychology, like transpersonal psychology, which deals with the split between individual and then their sense of spirit, like that's kind of where some of our challenge is when we're kind of cut off from our sense of higher connectedness with something, right? Or our being cut off from our creative capacity, right? So our expressive capacity, or, our connections with other people, relational capacities. And I think that each of these fields, like somatic psychology, integrates the body-mind split, right? Kind of transpersonal integrates the spirit kind of psyche split, right? Expressive arts integrates like when I'm cut off from my creativity. And that kind of one thing that somatics and embodied psychology, I hope, can do is kind of have a big tent and include like the big picture of integrating like all of these different ways in which we can get split off. So.
Oh, well put. Well put.
Cheers. Yeah, I think that's, is what supports this unique matrix in this moment, as opposed to saying there's only one map to embodiment or one map to healing or one map of personal growth. But what is the map that's being created for this unique individual in relation to everyone else and everything else?
Let me just build a tiny bit on that. Because of my age and my lifelong struggle with lungs, I feel I'm a prime target for the little monster that's running around the world right now. And so I can easily get hysterical with fear going outside. I think, they're the modular globules floating around the atmosphere. They're going to kill me. And one of the things that's been so calming to me in the midst of all this atrocious political stuff is the scientists. I paid a lot of attention to the dialogue among virologists and the public health people around the world. And they're just so moving to me. Like in Wuhan, the 2 hours after they discovered the virus, they were calling the United States and Europe and India and saying, we've got a new virus here. And then they're joining. So you have these thousands of lab scientists that are so on it. They're really on it. And I think it's a really good model for us to look at right now. And this is, Scott, why I really appreciate what you're doing, because it's that kind of creating this kind of instant dialogue about, well, what can we do about global warming as a community? What can we do about all this dogmatism that's running around? And there are a lot of really fabulous conversations if we have the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you.
Wilhelm Reich says he has this idea of work democracy. He says if only we could just get together and focus on problems rather than great ideas, we'd be a lot better off.
And I'd love to talk a little bit. Thank you, Don. It's a helpful positioning. And Albert, I want to come back to something you said, which is about splits. And this is an interesting, thing that, or something I'm interested in, is looking at sort of dualism versus non-dualism in psychology, and especially somatic psychology or embodied psychology, which is, so dualism would say, hey, the body affects the brain and the brain affects the body. That would be a dualism, saying it's like, hey, this affects this or this affects that, as opposed to saying this is all part of one global process and one emergent process that we could call consciousness, depending on our tradition, that we could call, I like to think about this also as the mind with a capital M, depending on how you want to language that word. But, and that would be more the non-dualism process, that's saying that everything is in conversation and communication, that as opposed to it's this or that. And so when we talk about healing the splits, in a non-dualistic language, we would say, well, the splits were never actually there. They're just obstructions in our feeling or our understanding of that interconnectivity of all of us, or of within ourselves. And so, yes, there are these particular sects of psychology that focus on different ways of where obstruction happens from knowing from a first-person experience of our wholeness. And I want to name that because it's a particular thing that I think for me has been quite important to really identify the difference between kind of a dualism and a non-dualism. And non-dualism, especially coming from more of the non-dualistic yoga and philosophy, which has felt really, and for me, I mean, I'm a believer of, and academically so, that the origins of embodied psychology having such a clear position in that sort of non-dual tantric philosophy. And people who write about it is like Harish Wallace, Sally Kempton, who are scholars in that tradition, and then talk about this is not new, essentially. Coming into ourselves and experiencing and healing where there is obstructions of wholeness is actually thousands and thousands of years old. We're just sort of codifying it in this particular way here.
Well, yes, but...
Exactly.
I just finished a doctoral dissertation, a fabulous dissertation, by a woman who did it on early Tantra. And the weight of her research work was ferreting out really old, around 9th century times when women had an equal role in the teaching that men did. And then it got totally subverted. So you have an extremely divisive tradition in the Tantra tradition. Actually, I have kind of, in my old age, have gotten more, not dualistic, but I see that there are so many dividing things, some of which are really important to get the church out of the way. Descartes made dualism so they couldn't put him in jail like they did Galileo. So I think the world of divisions is an important world to have a conversation about, and not to just say it's bad.
Yeah, didn't mean to say it was bad. I just wanted to differentiate it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Don. I was going to go in the same direction because I think we want to create a situation in somatics where we don't have to privilege either dualism or non-dualism, that we're inclusive of both of those. And it's I really appreciated Dawn's perspective, and I would like to sort of add in, particularly from the neuroscience perspective. So if you look at developmental neuroscience, you see that neurons in the fetus start out developing in isolation, relative isolation. So a neuron sort of hunkers down and says, okay, I'm going to be in the left hemisphere and I'm going to be in the cerebral cortex and I'm going to be this kind of neuron. I'm going to establish who I am and I'm just going to hunker down and do that. And so neurons developmentally start out actually really establishing their identity, their kind of distinctiveness. Okay, I won't say separation, but I'll say distinctiveness. And then what happens next developmentally is they say, okay, I got it, and I'm going to swim towards and start talking to others. And so the next phase of brain development is actually neural integration. So once you've said, I've got it, I've felt my distinction, I now want to be in contact with as many other distinct entities, other neurons, glial cells, etc., as possible. And so we actually migrate and we oscillate from distinction to integration. And so it's actually, again, a flow state where there are times where, as Don was saying, we really have to feel our distinct identity. And we actually have to kind of pull in and say, you know, what's happening isn't right. You know, this is not right. I have to really actually work with creating a distinction from something that's going on that isn't right. You know, what's been happening in the States for 400 years isn't fucking right. Mm-hmm. And we have to really stand up to that. Mm-hmm. And part of that is to create distinctions. Mm-hmm. And so and so we want to also create integrations as well as distinctions. And our ability as clinicians, as well as activists, and as well as theoreticians, to understand how that flow works and when adaptively we have to go more toward distinction and when we have to go more toward integration is that's it. That's the subtlety, that's the richness, that's the complexity of what we've all signed up for.
Yeah. There was a question about that came up earlier about is dualism wrong? And I would say from the tantric tradition, and that, which is different for those of you who are familiar with neo-tantra, so this is not a sexual process. This is an older philosophy. That dualism is included in non-dualism, as Christina is talking about. That articulation is part of the reflection of integration and wholeness.
Francisco, did you ever see that short essay that Francisco Varela wrote years ago called "Not One, Not Two"?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's a classic. Yeah. Varela really had it going on.
He really had it, yeah.
Great. So I'm just watching some of the questions come in, and for those of you who are, thank you so much for all your questions. I will try to capture some of them in the following discussion. But I would like to get to a conversation about, just in reflection of Dawn's book, Diverse Bodies, Diverse Practices. And I would love to talk about what is the process of inclusion with somatics? How has it not been inclusive? And how is the process of this type of psychology or embodied psychology becoming, or had the opportunity to become, more inclusive and dynamic and diverse?
Well, for me, the answer is partly in that collection. So I realized a long time ago, I can't speak for the content of another diversity. I have to get that person, set up the conditions where that person can speak for themselves. And so in this collection, I got together people who represented both ethnic and cultural diversity and somatic diversity. to speak their own voices and say, what does following a body-based practice mean from this, either from the standpoint of one's culture and indigenous people, and a Filipino woman, a person in the Caribbean, an autistic person, a fat activist. So all these people, to give them the opportunity to speak for themselves. So I think that's a really important piece of setting up structures where people from all the diversities in the culture can find a room to speak more clearly about what they can contribute or show it or whatever.
Thanks, Don. And it's helpful to hear just about one of the ways is empowering people of diverse bodies, of diverse backgrounds to have voice, and to have a space to be heard in that.
Which is another reason why working with language is so important.
Yeah. Yeah. And just tying together kind of Christine's like lovely imagery about like how a neuron kind of like defines itself and forms itself, and there's different phases and stages, right? Like maybe first there's like finding who you are and finding which kind of who you are and where you're supposed to be and what your own kind of movement autonomy or whatever type you're supposed to be. And then there's the stage of reaching out, right? Kind of integrating, or kind of after you've got your distinctness, then finding the connection. And I think on the same level, just using that metaphor, Dawn, one of the things that you've done so well with that book is created a space where those kind of individual voices can be distinctified, right, and heard as their individual self, right? Mm-hmm. You know, kind of this notion of finding who you are and naming it for yourself or community, and then with the notion that, okay, that's an important stage to be in, to be through, and then maybe when there's enough support for seeing your distinctness, I like that word, kind of the distinctness, right? Then there can also be kind of reaching forward into that kind of integrative phase. Yeah.
I think it really speaks to here in the States how we're looking at the Black Lives Matter movement, for instance. So, you know, people will approach politicians. I think the first reference I have to it was with Hillary Clinton and her run for president. You know, someone said, "Do Black Lives Matter?" And she said, "All lives matter." And she just got hammered for that, because what happens is that if we don't say Black Lives Matter, we are suppressing a particular distinctive voice. We're suppressing a particular body narrative and of the stories of these particular people that haven't been told. And this is an area where distinctiveness and calling out something really that specific is so critically important in the States right now, and why we're trying to really push back against something that sounds groovy. You know, it sounds really groovy to say all lives matter, but the point is that Black Lives Matter.
Great.
Yeah, no, I that's so well put, because there is this counter narrative, right, that it's pushing against. It's not just a statement; it's a statement within a context that denies the truth of it. Right. Yeah. And that's the importance. Like, okay, it's because of that background context that the statement needs to be made.
Yeah. Yeah. So well put out.
Yeah.
I think it's also one of the areas where we have so much to offer at this point, because what I get interested in are these kinds of grippings that people have when they confront difference. And we're so used in our work to how to help people go in and find these grippings where they can let the other person in. And I think, Christine, I just want to name the fact that you represent such a huge and fabulous tradition of movement that, you know, goes all around the world. And I think that the particular thing I want to put my finger on, in contrast to, say, psychoanalysis lying down on the couch, there's something about getting into movement and body movement that enables one to be more resilient in working with others. Mm-hmm. So, things like contact improv and all of the whole modern dance tradition, we are constantly working with these minute sensings with each other. And that's very, very different from the psychoanalytic tradition in terms of offering something that's important. And so in diversity work, it seems really critical to work with that piece of it.
Yeah. They don't call them social movements for nothing.
Exactly. That's right. Exactly.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. So there's some questions about accessibility. And I've seen people who are writing in and saying, I'm in this part of the world and this isn't so accessible. There aren't a lot of therapists who are doing this. And so, how does this become more accessible in a way?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. When you're in a location where accessibility is an issue, and that could be geographic, it could be socioeconomic, it oftentimes is socioeconomic, it could be racial and cultural, it could be gendered, the issue of sexuality and accessibility, it leverages on a lot of different domains. And I think, there's just no getting around it. You have to be a pioneer. You just have to become what is needed. And so where you are, how can you become what is needed? And that probably requires you to be a pioneer. Mm-hmm. It sort of harkens me back to one of my favorite moments in the movie, The Terminator. In the first movie, I think her name's Sarah Connor, right? And she's this sort of meek little waitress who just lives to go to the bar on Friday nights. And this guy shows up and says, yeah, but you know what? You need to save the world. Sorry, but you have to save the world. And she goes, oh, holy crap, And then by the second movie, you see her doing one-armed pull-ups. Right? And she's become a warrior. And I think we all have to become what's needed.
But I think doing that is what the three of us have really done a lot, and Scott also, is the motivation of finding other people to join us and supporting those people is helping. Like so many of the programs that came out of CIS, people went out and they started things which are very accessible to teenagers in trouble, to older adults. They did all kinds of movement works to carry on this thing. But I think the working together as a community of discourse like we're doing here is the basis for carrying this, making it grow in efficacy.
I would just 100% agree with what both of you were saying, right? That kind of on some level, kind of when you're kind of, for whatever reason, kind of like outside of an environment kind of where you have easy access to this, you have to, on some level, kind of be that voice, be that warrior, right? With this summit is that kind of accessibility can happen. Right, kind of, with the story of Sarah Connor, right? There's the person who is there, kind of, and who wakes up, and there's the person who comes back to tell her, right? And so, there are people kind of in the world, and one of the things that I think we're trying to do is to kind of spread the word and say, hey, we need to save the world. We need to save the world on some level. Yeah.
I think this brings it to an interesting question is how might this, I don't want to just, the theme is around embodied psychology. So it's to me, it's bigger than psychology because we're able to talk about human connection and experience. But from this framework, how do we save the world?
Probably by not, probably through a lack of hubris, right?
Yeah, that's very good, Christine. Yeah, right. The last thing we need is hubris.
Yeah,
Agamemnon found that out the hard way.
Better than that, most academics do.
Yeah.
Why don't we start with how do we make change?
Okay.
Oh, boy. Well, I can just say from my own history of both positive things and regrets, that one of my regrets is that I did not take more opportunities to have conversations with people that I could have. Mm-hmm. So, how important that is to weave people together. Mm-hmm. And it's more obvious than ever right now, where some people don't wear masks because they don't think they're not in trouble. Well, what about me? I'm in trouble. How about thinking about me, right? So how do we create more and more interwoven communities?
Mm-hmm. And I just want to say that's saying a lot, because Don has been one of the incredible pioneers of having people talking to different people and having people find their voices together. So that's saying a lot, what you just spoke of. Mm-hmm. I think, though, that one of the ways that we can understand the process of creating change is if we just look at the body and go back home, right? Go back home to the body and look at how does the body change? How do we actually take inspiration from our very biology and leverage that consciously to create really substantive and positive change processes? And so I did a lot of study actually in terms of anatomy and physiology to try to understand how does the body change itself. And of course, it's got a lot of different strategies to do that. But, we can take heart because a lot of change happens automatically. If you get a finger cut, one of the things you can almost guarantee is that it won't be there next week, because your body has understood how to work with it on just a very automatic level. And I think that we want to understand how the body operates around change. And I actually think there's 3 basic ways that we change. So one is through pressure. One is through a kind of Darwinian natural selection of, you're not going to change unless you're forced to. And that happens a lot. Let's say somebody close to you dies and you didn't ask for that. It was forced on you. That change, your whole life changes because of it. And you are pressured to change. Or you can come into therapy with, you say, listen, I just got out of an addiction treatment center. My recovery is very fragile. And if I don't change, my wife is going to leave me. I'm going to lose my job. I'm going to lose my driver's license. I'm going to lose everything, my house, everything. And so I'm feeling pressured to change. So pressure is one way that we understand change. A lot of what's happening in the U.S. right now with social protests is creating pressure to affect change. And so that's one way of change. The other way, the second way, I think, is pleasure. We change through going towards pleasure. We change for saying, I'd like to feel better. I'd like to actually play more, find out what makes me happy, really enjoy the natural pleasures of things like conversation and a cup of coffee and looking out the window at the sky. And that impels change through novelty seeking also, which is also a very important resource for change. So pleasure is the second one. Third is inquiry. So third is that we just quiet ourselves and say, lay it on me. What emerges? What happens when I just get quiet and ask the questions? And how do I listen as a way to create change? And so for me, those 3 elements are how we create change, and they come from studying the anatomy and the physiology of the body. Sorry, long little spiel there.
Could I raise a difficult question for me? What about skill? So I think of people like Elliot Blackman, I think you both know, and Myron Rawfords, I worked with for 50 years, and the Feldenkrais people, and so forth and so on. The skill of these people who have done this really carefully a long time is fabulous. They're not just integrating everything. They're really good at something. And I don't know where that's headed. It seems to me the profound development of precise skill, like the old craft model in traditional cultures, is, and it often gets psychologized. I think that's a problem of the intersection between what I would call somatics and somatic psychology, is that the skill of, say, the osteopaths gets psychologized. And so the person doesn't have the enormous skill of finding these pulses and working with the pulses. There's a little question.
Well, as an osteopath and a psychologist, I can say it takes a long time.
Oh, right. So you know the question.
I do know.
Yeah, to take on those two fields and get really skillful at both of them, that's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's really a lot. That's why I tend to work with collectives. I think it's collectives where you've got a lot of people who've done very specific things and are sharing. Like the Osher Clinic at UCSF, I think, is a really good model where you have a collaborative group of people in different modalities.
I think there's something really wise in that, Don, to say that not everyone has to be the utmost facilitator, being able to hold everything. That we can be able to focus in on particular sections or specialties. Is that what you mean? Like even within the field of psychology?
Yes, right. Yeah, exactly what I mean. Yeah.
Like some people might be more able to work closer with trauma, and some people with eating disorders, and some people with etc.
I'm also talking about different practices. So there are a whole range of movement practices, touch practices, psychotherapy practices. So there are different modalities.
Yeah.
I was talking more of that, actually.
Okay.
Developing skill in these different modalities.
Yeah. On some level, for me, it harkens back to the distinctness kind of non-duality kind of theme, right? How do we kind of preserve, like as we're evolving this kind of body of work, right? The distinct craft personship, right? Kind of involved in each of these arts, right? Which has its distinctness, right?
Exactly.
While also finding the ways in which it blends together. So, yeah. You know, I mean,
So perhaps just reading a few more questions, and we have about 20 more minutes or so, where this is moving quickly. So just some questions that are coming in from those who are here with us is kind of if we can name some of the pillars of embodied psychology, some of the key features that establish it or just make it a distinct process or practice in the social sciences, let's say.
So I came to this field with a big background in phenomenology, which was the science of subjectivity, really. And to me, one of the differences is pretty much everybody in psychology now wants you to be mindful. Pay attention to your breathing, pay attention to your breath, pay attention to your feet. But intricacy is not there. Like I think the three of us have quite a feel for what it's like to feel our feet. There's an awful lot there that we have access to that could take a lifetime because there's so much there. So I think that to me, the development of somatic psychotherapy in the current climate is that we really take seriously what it means to pay attention to one's breathing. Now, like when my therapist, who's not a somatic psychologist, say, well, now where do you feel that in your breathing? I think, well, that could take me a few hours to kind of answer that question. There's just too much going on for me at this point in my life where I've gotten so used to all of those explorations. So to me, that's my first take, is that we take much more seriously the intricacies of embodied direct experience.
Yeah, I'll just throw out kind of a word that kind of, I think, gestures that kind of the same concept, but just like there's a foundational acknowledgement of the value of the felt sense, right? And all the intricacies that can occur, kind of just the universe that lives within just my breath, right? And a willingness to just listen to kind of the richness of that. So I think that's really kind of a foundational pillar that distinguishes just the way we center that in our practice. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say if you look across a lot of modalities in our field, you'll see echoes, 4 echoes, breathing for sure, moving for sure, sensing, and relating. Those are what I would call my 4 pillars. That all of those, the centrality of them as a lived experience and as a source of information that can be used towards not only our well-being, our healing, but our well-being and our creativity, I think is pretty across the whole umbrella, if you want to mix metaphors there.
Thank you.
I actually like to use the metaphor a lot of outdoor educators. It seems to me if you're going to be an outdoor educator versus just somebody who enjoys the wilderness, you have to learn a lot about weather patterns, how you build strength to carry a backpack, how to sort out food, how to understand the weather patterns in the wilderness. There are many, many, many things that you really take seriously that just going out for yourself for a day, you don't have to worry about.
Yeah. And just to tag on to that beautiful metaphor, and that's why it's important to go out into the wilderness time and time again on our own. That and on some level, that's how you learn the work, right? By journeying out there again and again and again.
Yeah. I think that talks to the idea that just a continuation of this paradigm shift, especially in this form of psychology, that each individual becomes the expert of their own journey, and that there's so much wonderful materials, each of your books, your classes, and all of these other people on these in these classes on the summit are great examples of incredible facilitators who have a expertise, but the expertise is also about supporting you to become the expert, which I think I cherish so much as such a hallmark or a pillar of the philosophy embedded within this psychology.
And I'll just tag on that really quickly also. And I think that's why kind of the field of embodiment and embodied psychology has revolutionary potential, because, it gives power back to the person in their lived body, right? And it's easy. And I'll just borrow this kind of Ray Johnson. I was on we all know and love Ray. I was on a call with her, and they described how it's much easier to control people when we are disembodied. And if we are able to take back kind of our own sense experience, we can't be controlled. That there's an investment that people in maybe a military industrial complex may have, right, on keeping us kind of separate from ourselves, and that as we do this work, we can't be controlled. We are agents unto ourselves. We are autonomous unto ourselves. And that's why this work that we do is not just good for ourselves and makes us feel more whole, but it also gives us back power and can be an act of quiet revolution. Yeah.
I tend to use the term body authority. in terms of what Albert's saying there, that we take back a sense of the authority of our bodies, and that is like a vaccination against things like oppression and suppression and social control, whether it's on the level of a one-on-one relationship or a family or a community or a religion or a society or a nation, that there's that interplay that always has as its base that sense of bodily authority.
I think I just want to add one little note about diversity. It seems really important that we have one contribution, a very profound intellectual level, which is the ability to see the four of us. We are so different, the four of us, to learn, instead of thinking immediately like a lot of people are trained to do about, well, what's similar about all of us? To think, well, what differences are there between all of us? And there's something about developing sensing and movement awareness and all of that, which can give a very rich answer to realizing that we are all diverse, and then coming out of that to nurture people speaking out of their diversity, not being forced to talk like I do.
Well put.
Thank you, Jen. So I'd love to maybe, as a way of sort of landing the conversation for today, and would love to keep the conversation going for years, is kind of where is your focus? Where is your energy to next in terms of within this field? Essentially comes back to the question of what excites you. What's driving you now as people who, again, as participants in this evolution of this field, I'd love to just land again with where are you headed next?
Mm.
Well, I'm very excited about our new doctorate program, which starts in the fall. We have people from all over the world. It's because of COVID that we unfortunately don't get our face-to-face retreat, which used to ground the doctorate program. So now we're having to figure that out. But I'm very excited to work with people, very mature people who come to the program with a lot of chops and body practices and now want to develop their writing, speaking skills, community organizing skills. And so that's a big, now that I'm having not been a licensed clinician, it was very difficult for me just to be in a highly regulated board controlled program, but now I have freedom to kind of really do the whole 9 yards. So that's very exciting to me. And I'm very excited about being a grandfather.
Thank you. Albert?
Yeah, sure. Gosh, I think venues like this, I think one of the things that kind of the internet kind of makes possible is spaces and scale of reach, which were unimaginable, right? 10 years ago. Like we can reach people, and the technology of as I sit with you, it feels like I can feel you on some level. Like there's a real felt experience of being with you and together. And that's different, right? So the possibility of technology to one kind of spread kind of information, which is phenomenal, but also spread connection, right? To have those conversations, right? That Don, you were talking about, to create like that inquiry, like where we can collectively feel each other's thoughts, kind of our own beings kind of just touch up against each other and let that slowly transmute and transform something, even in this kind of space. Like I feel like I've been made bigger or fuller or thicker or something. There's more of there's something built physically here now for me. And this is now possible. And it's now possible on a larger scale than ever before, with greater possibilities for access than ever before. And that's exciting for me. It's kind of like we can kind of make ripples. Yeah.
I like that idea of ripples. I have to say that for me, I'm the kind of person who I've always had about 20 projects on my to-do list. I've always known where I'm going. I've always had, the next book, the next article, the next research project, the next conference. I've scheduled my life so profoundly. And right now I'm just sort of appalled and amazed at how much I don't know, how I'm in a state of not knowing what's next. And that part of what COVID is doing to all of us now is creating an unknown, creating we don't know what life is going to be like in a month. We literally don't know, and here in the States, we don't know what the next 4 months are going to be like leading up to our next presidential election. And it's huge. It could be huge. And so I feel like there's some way, for the first time in my life, I'm having to study the embodied experience of being in the unknown. And so I have to say, I don't know what I'm going to do next. I really don't know. I don't know what to do with the unknowns yet. And also, like Dawn, because of COVID, we're taking care of my grandson 3 days a week. And so just being with a 4-year-old kid, is amazing. Amazing and so embodied. Oh my God. It's so embodied. So that's all I know.
Thank you all. I think one of the things I appreciate most about each of you and the way that you talk is it could have been very academic. We all have the capacity to speak as though it only exists in sort of an academic field, but the way that each of you speak is a reiteration of our humanness, and that's so significant to be on the receiving end of the way that you speak, that we're talking about something, again, that could have been academic, that is studied, that is explored, but really it's about this humanness, this bodyfulness. And it is the way that you embody that and then speak from that is impactful. So I want to thank each of you so much for your inspiration, your clarity, and your impact on this field, because it is significant. So thank you, Christine Caldwell. Thank you, Albert Wong. Thank you, Don Johnson. Thank you all so much. And thank you all for coming and asking your beautiful questions. I know we didn't get to all of them, but I am reading them, and we'll see if we can get to them in other panels or other talks. The next call in about a half an hour will be with Dr. Gail Parker, and it's called Are You in Your Skin? I highly recommend Gail. She's pretty spectacular. And thank you so much for being here. We will see you very soon. Thank you, Don, Albert, and Christine. Talk to you very soon.
Scott. Thank you.
So great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye, everyone. See you soon.
Okay. So, 2 p.m. we have 30 minutes once again to fill in a slot. So I'm gonna play a game again. That's the way. Heck is that? Oh boy! If y'all are just tuning in because of the advertised sessions, we're in between sessions right now. The last one just finished up a few minutes ago, and at 2 o'clock there'll be another one. So, have been visiting the mayor's office a while. Okay, we need a player's card, gloves. I do declare. Oh, interesting. Living shadow. Oh, but it's the current dark mist man. What is this? Oh, nope, okay. They're trying to get me to log in. Uh-huh. No. Today, something famous from here this morning. A pigeon? I don't know what the streaming time limit is on Facebook, but I've heard 6 hours from somebody. I don't know for a fact. Oh, really? Okay, I have to collect 20 tiles. Ooh, 4 more, 9 moves. Duh. Boo, 6 moves. No. What? Okay. The milk. Problem mules. Okay. Okay. Okay, so oh, 13. The wheel. Wait. 13%. Okay. Here we go again. That's cool. I used to have a ring like that. And the next session will start. Sika, is that you? I'm Anna Sherwood. The heck? 0%. Oh, good Lord. So, we have watermelon. Oi. I don't even know what this dude is. Sega, help me get rid. You know what this reminds me of? The Fantastic Beasts. So much. Twinkling lights. Okay, this was here first. This is a new location. Oh, really? Okay, this is a new check on the status of this. It starts at 2. Are you in your skin? An experiential session. I have no idea what to expect here. Eek. Video. Audio. Okay.
Flagstaff.
Flagstaff.
Let me.
That's been in the news.
A lot of places have been.
Yeah. Welcome from the Netherlands. Hi, everyone. As you're zooming in, we'd love to know where you are, where you're zooming in. You might even just let us know how your day is going. you can head down to the bottom ribbon on your Zoom screen, and there is a chat button icon, and you can just write into there where you're coming in from. And this is your first class of the day. We'll start in about 6 minutes.
It's so fun to see all of the faces.
Right? I love it. Yeah.
I'm assuming they can hear me as well.
They can, yeah. They can hear both of us.
I will keep that in mind. It's lovely to see all of you. It really is.
What I love about actually chatting with the presenter before is just like everyone getting to see like the humanness that is part of this, that we're not just sort of experts or researchers or whatever the categorical sort of position is, but actually we're just humans hanging out with other humans in this process of embodiment.
And also for me, it helps me feel, connected, and like, I remember when I was working on my doctoral dissertation, before I had to go in for the oral examinations, which is terrifying. Yeah. And I remember a dear friend of mine said, "Don't worry, they don't have on their monster suits. They want you to be successful." And so it's like that, you realize, oh, they don't have on their monster suits, we're going to have we'll have a nice chat, although I'm going to be talking for a long time. So we'll see how that goes.
Well, there's tons of questions that will come in if ever you need to finish questions. Hi, Chris. Nice to see you.
And, maybe, I don't exactly know how this will go, but if you want to interrupt me with questions as I'm going through this.
I'm not a typical interrupter.
Say it again. What?
I said I'm not a typical interrupter, but I just interrupted you.
Oh, it's okay. I don't care. I do it all the time. I don't know. I don't know how to do that. It's hard to sit and be quiet and listen to somebody for an hour and a half, though. So.
Well, I'm excited to do that with you.
Yeah. Well, as things come up, though, maybe we can address them as they come up. If not, I will. If you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
We'll just be organic.
We'll totally be organic. I'm happy to sort of ride the wave with you.
Because we got a whole bunch of people coming in.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. So we'll start in about 3 minutes. So as you're coming on, this will be Dr. Gail Parker's class on Are You in the Skin, which I'm super excited for. We'll start officially in 3 minutes. But as you're logging on, please head down to the bottom ribbon to the chat function and write us where you're coming in from, where you're in this of your first class. Yeah, Gail.
I have a question. Also, if you don't mind just writing, I'm curious to know how many of you practice yoga and or meditation. Yeah.
Let us know if you have a yoga practitioner. Yoga.
Oh, Donna Chisholm. I thought you were someone I knew. But hi.
So there's some practitioners, there's some teachers.
And also to further complicate things, those of you who are, how many of you integrate the principles and the practices of yoga into into your work, whatever it is you're doing?
Yeah.
I'm just curious to know.
It's a great question. So how is it sort of carrying over into? Yeah.
How do you do that? I mean,
off the mat, as someone said, professionally.
To write a blog called "Taking Yoga Off Your Mat." Yeah, because I think that's when that is really when the practice begins, when we're off the mat.
Yeah.
When we're living it. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I can talk yoga talk.
Yeah, we'll get started in just 2 minutes, everyone. So as you're coming on, we'll invite you to go down to the bottom ribbon and write into the chat function to everyone, if you would, and just let us know where you're coming in from, if you have a yoga practice or a practitioner, teacher, and maybe even how you've integrated the practice or the philosophy of yoga into the embodiment of your life, so off the mat. Or just how your day is. I know I'm having a lovely day with some amazing people. So we'll get started in just 1 minute, everyone. If you're here for Dr. Gail Parker's class, you're in the right place. And Gail, I can also send you this chat after we're done.
Oh, that would be lovely.
Yeah.
You too.
And we'll get started in just 1 minute officially. Great. So as you're coming in, a lot of people come in right on the hour. So as you're coming in, welcome. We'd invite you just to head down to the chat box and write in where you're coming in from. Let us know if you're a yoga practitioner, if you're a yoga therapist, if you're ever done yoga, which is either way, it's all good. And if how you take your practice off the mat, because I'm imagining that might be a point of conversation. Great. All right. So I'm going to officially get started. So welcome, everyone. My name is Dr. Scott Lyons, and I'm the host of the Embodied Psychology Summit, and I'm so excited to be here with Dr. Gail Parker. And I'll share why in a few minutes, but I'm really excited. And a few things before I introduce Dr. Gail. So you are on Zoom, as you might notice, and you have two different options of how you might want to view. So right now you could hit the gallery view and sort of see everyone, or you can come back and just see the main facilitator, which is the gallery view or the speaker view. So you have options in your life. And just so you noticed, and you might have noticed, you are muted, and we'll keep you muted through this conversation, this exploration, so that way we can all be able to attend our focus onto the speaker, in this instance, Dr. Parker. And with that, if you have any questions or support that you need through this class, please write to me privately or to where it says EPS Tech Assistant, and we will do our best to support you in any way that we can. And if you have questions that come along for Dr. Parker through the conversation, just write them in the chat box. I will do my best to try to write them down and relay them. If I miss them, you can always send them to me again. And without further ado, I would like to introduce you to Dr. Gail Parker, and I'm going to read her bio. Dr. Gail Parker is a clinical psychologist, media personality, yoga therapist, educator, and author. She is the president of Black Yoga Teachers Alliance and the author of Restorative Yoga for Ethnic and Race-Based Stress and Trauma. And if you haven't gotten the book yet, go get it. It's great. An stellar writer, and about a really pertinent subject that I think all of us can be reading about right now and need to be reading about. So thank you, Dr. Parker, for even writing that.
Oh, God. Thank you.
And with that, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. So once again, I'd like to say hello to everyone and welcome everyone who is attending the webinar. So since this is about embodied psychology, I will try to stay within that framework. But I want to start by reminding us that ethnic, and so the framework that I am approaching this topic from is the framework of ethnic and race-based traumatic stress. This is an area of inquiry that is getting a little bit more attention in behavioral health as a specific form of stress and trauma. And at this point, at the time that I wrote the book, was not getting much attention at all within the yoga community, although as far as research is concerned, at any rate. So that's the context that I'm presenting within today. So ethnic and race-based traumatic stress is real, and it is a worldwide phenomenon. And regardless of race or ethnicity, from those who are wounded to those who are either intentionally or unintentionally doing the wounding, we're all impacted by it. We're all impacted by its damaging effects. And in the midst of this global COVID-19 pandemic, what's interesting to me is we're also observing a global awakening to the pandemic of racial violence that has been going on for a very, very, very long time. And we're also becoming aware, all of us, of its pernicious effects. And none of us is immune to any of that. So the two pandemics are disruptive and have negative consequences socially, psychologically, and economically, but they also bring opportunity. And the opportunity is an opportunity for growth. We are in the midst of evolutionary change. We are at a pivotal time in our history where we have an opportunity to be changed for the better. As we respond to the events that are unfolding, we have a choice. And that choice, as I said, is to be changed for the better. We're in a transformative period of our consciousness as human beings. I mean, that is what I see happening here. And so what we have to realize, though, is if we're willing to change and be changed, we have to be resilient. Change is not difficult. We like certainty, but we're in a time of uncertainty right now. And so I think Andrew Weil says that health is the ability to adapt to the circumstance you find yourself in. So part of our adaptation now has to be a recognition that we have to accept reality as it is. Things are not going to go back to the way they were. And trying to do that is not practical. It doesn't work. But if we begin to accept reality as it is, even if it is uncomfortable, and eagerly embrace and envision a world that is better for all of us, that is our progress forward. And so in the United States, we're seeing a demand for legislative change. We're seeing a demand for the removal of monuments that represent pain and suffering to Black people in particular. We're seeing legislation and protest marches that are occurring. These are important, but none of this is going to heal the deep-seated emotional wounds, the embodied emotional wounds that race-based stress and trauma bring with them. What we need now are self-care practices that support emotional and mental health, really. We need practices that promote, embodied practices that promote post-traumatic growth. Now is a time for us to realize that we can begin to reduce the negative impacts of race-based stress and trauma on every single one of us. See, I include white people in this too, because from my perspective, the white people are also experiencing race-based stress and trauma, which is evidenced in their fear of Black and brown people and in the brutality that is sometimes expressed to Black and brown people. All of this is learned, and the inability to even have the conversation without being defensive. So we'll talk about all of that as we go through this. So now is the time for us to begin to do our healing work that is generations long, really. It's not just what's happening in the present moment. And so I like yoga as an umbrella for beginning this conversation, because at least within the world of yoga, and but I won't be spending a lot of time on that. But there are principles and behaviors that are codified that can support these important transformations. So this is a mind-body approach to the healing that I think needs to take place. So I'm going to share some slides right now, and we'll go through the slide presentation. I'm sure I have more than we have time for, but we'll do what we can. We'll get through what we can. I want to introduce you to the topic. So here we go. All right. Ta-da. Okay, I'm all happy. I did it. So the title of this is Are You in Your Skin? And the reason I entitled this work that way, because number one, we're talking about embodied experiences. So if our stress and trauma are embodied, then our healing has to be as well. And I think it starts by looking within. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to begin with a meditation practice that will invite you to come into your skin. So what we're going to do is I'm going to do an overview of race-based traumatic stress and the various forms of trauma that occur. We'll talk about subtle body awareness. We'll talk about interoceptive awareness and how I think restorative yoga can help. So there's a lovely story written by Susana Herrera. She wrote a book called Mango Elephants in the Sun, and it's the chronicle of her experience as a Peace Corps volunteer. She arrived in the northern desert of Cameroon and was very excited and enthusiastic about the work that she was going to do to help improve village life. And when she arrived, she saw the women gathering at the water pump and went to join them. And she was fluent in the language and as familiar with the culture as you can be without actually being part of it. And greeted them warmly and expected to receive a warm greeting back, and was very surprised when she was ignored and even actually shunned. And this went on for a while, and she did not understand what the problem was. So she saw one of her fellow volunteers who seemed to have a good relationship with the villagers, and she asked her, what do I need to be doing differently? What's wrong? And her cohort said to her, well, there is a very specific greeting that is customary before you start conversation. And the greeting is Jambaduna, which means, are you in your skin? And the response is Jamkore Dume, which means, I am in my skin. My soul is alive and well and in my skin. And so I think it's critically important for us to begin to embody that ourselves. Are you in your skin? Is your soul in your skin? Are you enlivened? Because when we are lined up with our mind, our hearts, our body, and our spirit, we have a sense of well-being. When we're out of alignment with any aspect of that part of our being, we are in stress and sometimes we are in trauma. So what I'd like you to do now is to find a comfortable seat. You might want to prop yourself up. If you're not in a chair, you might want to use the wall to hold your back straight, because we're going to be here for longer than 2 minutes. Anyway, we'll be here for a minute. So get yourselves physically comfortable. And once you are physically comfortable, either close your eyes or lower your gaze so that you're just filtering light through your lids. You're not really focused on anything. And begin to focus your awareness on your natural, normal breathing pattern. Just follow your breath by noticing the coolness of breath through your nostrils as you inhale, and the warmth of your breath through your nostrils as you exhale. And just allow your consciousness, your awareness, to follow that movement, that normal, natural, rhythmic movement of your breath. And then shift your awareness to the top of your right foot. And just allow yourself to feel the top of your right foot with your awareness. Your right toes, the bottom of your right foot, your right ankle, your right shin, your right calf, your right knee, your right thigh, and shift your awareness now to the top of your left foot, your left toes, the bottom of your left foot, your left shin, your left calf, your left knee, your left thigh. And then allow your awareness to move to your sit bones. Just feel your buttocks planted firmly and supported on your chair or on the floor if you're sitting on the floor. And then focus your awareness on your hips, your entire pelvic girdle, your waist, your torso, and focus your awareness on your right shoulder, your right upper arm, your right elbow, your right forearm, the top of your right hand, your right fingers, the bottom of your right hand, and then shift your awareness to the top of your left shoulder, your left forearm. I forgot your left upper arm. Go back up to your upper arm. And then your elbow, and then your forearm, your left wrist, the top of your left hand, your left fingers, the palm of your left hand. And then move your awareness to your back body and feel your low back, your middle back, your upper back, the back of your neck, and then shift your awareness to the sides and then the front of your neck, your jawline, your ears, your cheekbones, your temples, your eyes, the space between your eyebrows, your forehead, your scalp. Then take your awareness to a more internal focus and focus on your brain. Your esophagus, your lungs, your heart, your diaphragm, your stomach, your liver, your spleen, and in the back body, your kidneys. And then engage your imagination to envision a dove. And imagine that you are that dove. The head of the dove represents bliss. The right wing of the dove represents love. The left wing of the dove represents delight. And the body of the dove represents peace. Just rest in this awareness until I invite you to return your awareness to the surface level of consciousness. We'll just be here for a moment. So take a deep inhale through your nose and exhale through your mouth. As we prepare to bring our awareness back to the surface level of consciousness, take another deep inhale through your nose and exhale through your mouth. And then one more time, deep inhale through your nose, exhale through your mouth. And then bring your palms together in prayer position and rub them vigorously, generating some heat, keeping your eyes closed. And then place the palms of your hands over your eyelids and just feel the warmth of your hands caressing your eyelids. And open your eyes into the palms of your hands. Let some light filter through, and then when you're ready, remove your hands from your face, look around the room to reorient yourself to make sure you know where you are. And when you're ready, just return your eyes to the screen and we will meet back there. So it's important for us as practitioners, as human beings in the world, really, and certainly as those of us who are working with folks, as it pertains to embodied awareness, we need to recognize that we are more than a physical body. When we think of bodies, we tend to think of muscle and bone and what else? What our internal organs as our physical body, our physical appearance, how we feel physically. But we know that we are much more than a physical body. That we have a subtle body that we occupy, that lives within the physical body, that is embraced within the physical body, but we're more than the physical body. So we have an energy body, a body of energy. It's called the life force. In yoga, we call it prana. In martial arts, it's called the chi. And our breath is the conduit of the life force. It is not the life force, but it carries the life force through us, so that when our breath is compromised, our energy body is diminished. We have a mental and an emotional body. Our mental body is the part of us that knows how to make meaning and how to make sense out of things. It carries information and it processes our emotions. It's the part of us that tells the stories about why we're feeling the way we're feeling. It's the part of us that identifies what we're thinking. And we also have a wisdom body, and the wisdom body is our intuitive body, that intuitive knowing that doesn't require an experience to validate it. You just know. It takes time to develop wisdom, by the way. It's although children, little kids seem to have it, but they have it without awareness. I remember when my son was 4, he said, "Mommy, you know what?" I said, "No, what?" He said, "Life doesn't die." I didn't fully comprehend that, but I heard the profundity of that observation. And I sat with that for years until I realized he's right. It doesn't. It doesn't. It changes shape. It changes form. It's not personal. But life itself doesn't die. Life lives. That's what it does. And then we have our spiritual body, our soul body, that part of us that, again, is connected to something deeper than thought, than emotion, than our physical body, than even our energy body. It's our consciousness. This part of us informs the rest of our experience. Usually in Western cultures, we're focused pretty much on the physical body. That's kind of where we start. And as psychologists or behavioral health therapists, we tend to focus on, and educators, we focus on the mental body and the emotional body. We don't spend as much time paying attention to the soulfulness, the spiritual body. Now, psychology originally meant study of the soul. We regard it and practice it as the study of the mind. But it's more than that, as far as I'm concerned. And so our subtle body, our soul body, informs the rest of how we are experiencing. All of these things are interpenetrated. They're like the cloud that I showed during before we did the meditation. These are not separate. We're not separate from any of this. We're all of this. And when all aspects of our being are in alignment, again, that's when we are enlivened and have a sense of well-being and experience health and are able to grow, are able to be flexible and resilient and bounce back. So I think it's important, as I said, that we need to cultivate a relationship with all of these aspects of being and not ignore any of it. Usually we're aware of one or two aspects of the being. You know, when you're aware of breath when you can't breathe. That's when you become more aware of your breath. Or when you're anxious and your breathing is compromised in some way or speeds up in some way. We can be aware of our mental and emotional body and our wisdom body, but what we want to be is grounded in all of that. So, race-based traumatic stress injury is a visceral experience that lands with great force in the body and throws us off. It can throw us off when we get stuck in that space. So I want to ask this question. You can, I'm not going to come out of the screen share, but Scott will be able to monitor some of this. So my question to you is, in your experience, have race or ethnicity ever played a role in stress or trauma in your lives? Have you been directly impacted? Never, occasionally, frequently. You can, if you choose, answer. We will not have time to process most of it, but. Any responses, Scott?
A lot of responses.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. A lot of yeses frequently and occasionally. Mm-hmm. Occasionally, and a few no's.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So we have a variety of experience. How many people are in the group right now?
About 600.
Yeah. All right. So we got 600 different experiences of all of this, and it's important for us to understand that. So I'm going to talk to you about what race-based traumatic stress is in the model that I use to describe race-based traumatic stress. The first time I did this workshop, a woman from Denmark asked what I thought was a really important question. She started by saying, she said, "This is probably a stupid question, but I'll ask it anyway." She said, "In what way is race-based stress and trauma different from other forms of stress and trauma? I mean, physiologically," she said, "isn't it all the same?" I thought it was a great question and not one that I had thought about much. And I answered her and I said, yeah, physiologically, it is all the same. It's the context that's different. So the context I'm going to be sharing hopefully can be generalized to various races, ethnicities, and cultures, but I'm speaking as an African-American person. So that's the context where I'm coming from. This is not to diminish anybody else's experience. This is what I know. So in the United States, there are reports of these kinds of, we all have a racial, ethnic, and cultural identity. Whether we admit it or not, we do. We live in a racialized world, and so that's the way it is. And some of us are having more painful experiences than others. In the United States, these experiences are being chronicled. I don't know if you remember, but a couple of years ago, there were two young men who were arrested when they sat in a Starbucks coffee shop waiting for a business associate to arrive. And when they declined to order a drink, the store manager called the police. The police arrived, handcuffed them, took them into custody, and detained them for 9 hours. They couldn't charge them with a crime because they hadn't done anything, but before they let them go. A few months later, a university student fell asleep in the common study area in her university. This was in the northeast of the United States. Fell asleep, and a fellow student didn't think she looked like she belonged in the space, and so she called the police. So the campus police came and demanded that this young woman who was paying her money to go to this university prove that she was actually a student at the university. And then within a couple of months after that, a young man, a teenager, a high school student, suffered the humiliation of having his dreadlocks cut off publicly because the referee of the wrestling match that he was getting ready to participate in insisted that he not be allowed to wear headgear as he normally had been able to wear to cover his hair. So what's interesting about this is that the people who were experiencing these aggressive behaviors were Black, and the people who were being aggressive in relationship to them were white. So if you've not had the experience, these may seem like preposterous events that occur. Although now I think that we're beginning to see, although we've had these huge dramatic events of observing people being murdered on television, this is a major wake-up call for us. But there are these events that are going on all the time. And so I did an informal survey to ask people that I knew how they would describe race-based traumatic stress. And one of them described it as death by 1,000 cuts. That's what we would call, so the terminology now for that is microaggressions. That means little teeny tiny hurts that are ongoing. But what I will say to you is microaggressions are major. They hurt, they're big, they feel big. So this happened to be a physician. He said that it starts for him first thing in the morning when he wakes up. He is afraid of being stopped by the police on his way to work, afraid of being stopped by the police on his way back home from work. When he's at work, he's afraid to make a mistake, which is a good thing for a physician, but this is in the extreme. He dots every I, crosses every T. And again, it's not just being thorough that's happening here. There's a fear that if I make a mistake, I will not be given the benefit of the doubt. That's the underlying stress and trauma, the fear that's motivating this. In addition to wanting to be thorough, needing to be perfect, just feeling uncomfortable going into meetings where he will be the only person of color, fearful that somebody might make a racially charged remark that he either has to respond to or ignore. Same thing going into unfamiliar places, not knowing how he will be received. And he said that every day of his life, he's afraid for his wife and child. Every day of his life. See, this takes a toll over time. This is something that impacts one physiologically. It's not just there's not just a psychological, emotional impact. There's a physiologic impact that goes along with this. A young mother I talked to her said that her son, her 7-year-old, on his way, when he's walking with his father, came home one day and said, "Mommy," he said, "you know what?" He said, this is before we were all wearing masks and you couldn't see our faces fully. "Mommy, why people smile with their mouths but not with their eyes? And how come the white ladies cross the street and grab their purses when they see me and Daddy coming?" This is a 7-year-old who's noticing this. And his mother said it broke her heart, and she worries about how will we raise him to walk alone in the world and be unafraid. This is a stress this little boy is already experiencing, and the mother and father are worried about, okay, how do we deal with this? How do we protect our child? when he is no longer in our care. There's a story of a Chinese-American journalist, award winner, who came for an interview to the CEO of the company. He arrives at the desk and the receptionist says, "Are you here to deliver lunch?" He said it was just totally humiliating to him. He had an appointment. It was totally humiliating to him, but not unfamiliar. He said it used to happen to him in college when he would show up at the dorm with food for he and his girlfriend to share. And they would ask him the same thing. "Oh, are you the Chinese delivery person here, to deliver food?" So these experiences are, again, are examples of this kind of stresses that people of color experience in these spaces. So the definition is as follows, and I pull this from Robert Carter's research. He's a professor emeritus at Columbia University. And in the 70s, he did the research to find out. He wanted to know, what is it? How is it defined? What constitutes race-based traumatic stress? And he was primarily interested in, he didn't think that it ought to be codified as a psychological illness, that responses to this were not pathological. And what he determined, so he created research instruments that tested people around this. What he determined is that race-based traumatic stress is an external race-related event, something outside of you that causes emotional pain and suffering. That's what it is, which means we got 600 people in this webinar. There would be 600 different experiences of it. And so just because you're not having the experience doesn't mean somebody else isn't. And again, one of the things that I love about the yoga tradition and teachings is that what we learn is that if you're having the experience, that's what makes it real, because it's your experience. That is really affirming when you realize, oh, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm hurt. I'm not crazy. I'm just hurt. It's important to know that. We tend to pathologize a lot in this, in our culture and in our profession. So it's always unexpected, the event. It's emotionally painful and it's out of one's control. And I like this image of a tree being struck by lightning, because the tree is standing in the field, minding its own business, being a tree. It's not doing a thing to attract this lightning. And there's nothing it can do to keep the lightning from striking it. And here comes the lightning strike. That's what race-based traumatic stress injury ends up feeling like. You're never prepared for it. You are never, it just always just seems to come out of nowhere. And it can leave you breathless and speechless and immobilized. It is ongoing, recurrent, and cumulative. It's not something that just happens once and I didn't get over it, so I have to work through my issues because I have not been able to process and digest this experience. This is ongoing. This is a regular occurrence. So in addition to the events that are occurring now, there's also intergenerational trauma that people carry within themselves who have not had opportunities to heal from the traumas that they have experienced and that they have embodied. So I call this ancestral memory, where you might get triggered by something that seems just totally, I don't know, neutral almost, or just seems very minor. But it may set you off in a way that you don't even understand and appreciate. And a lot of this has to do with the fact that we carry within us the unhealed stress and traumas of generations back. So if you think about, for example, just African people in the diaspora who were kidnapped from their place of origin, who were sailed in torturous conditions to various places throughout the Americas and the Caribbean and even in Europe. in just the cruelest of conditions you can imagine, when that isn't healed, when that isn't acknowledged, when that's ignored, which, by the way, is one of the adaptive responses to that kind of pain and suffering, when it's ongoing, it's cumulative, and it's recurrent, you dissociate. You figure out how to not have to feel all of that. You create a persona that presents as invulnerable, but it's not true. And when you continue those behaviors that were adaptive at one time, imagine you're in a slave ship. You know, in order to get from there to where you're going, and once you're there, you are enslaved and being tortured. You can't afford to feel that pain and suffering 24/7 that you're being exposed to. The body has a way of protecting us from that. But if that pain is never healed and we keep pretending that we don't have this experience because we've numbed ourselves to it, that's what I call a maladaptive response. I was talking to a friend about adaptive and maladaptive responses. She said, I don't know what a maladaptive response is. I said, it's a messed up response. I did not use the word messed. She said, oh, got it. So I will not share with you. So here's a culturally specific response to race-based stress and trauma. Sherman James was an epidemiologist who called it the John Henry syndrome when he was investigating health disparities between white populations and Black populations in the United States. And what he learned was the following. He discovered that historically, when people who had been enslaved were freed from slavery, on top of doing the hard physical labor that they had been doing and continued to do, there was a belief on the part of the formerly enslaved people that if we just work hard enough to overcome these barriers to equality and full citizenship and full humanity that we deserve, if we just work hard enough, we can overcome all of that. But here's the problem. And what he discovered was that's what he called the John Henry syndrome. I won't go into the detail of it. That's in the book about the legend of John Henry. But when you are working hard to overcome barriers that you have not erected, you are like Sisyphus pushing a boulder uphill, and it's going to roll back down, and you're going to keep pushing it uphill. I'm assuming that most of you know the myth of Sisyphus. If you don't, Google it. When you are engaged in that, or here's, I don't know if you can see this little guy, you can see his feet. I love this image. So he's got to get to the mountaintop up here. Well, in order to do that, here's the little crocodile, that's his eye. And he's got to cross through an alligator-infested river. Then he has to climb up a mountain. Then he has to avoid the lightning and the rain and the clouds. And none of these are barriers that he put in his way. But he's going to try to overcome those barriers to achieve this experience of full humanity. I cannot speak with authority about the stress and traumas of other racial and ethnic groups or nationalities. I can speak with authority about the African American experience. This is behavior that has been passed on from generation to generation. And the way it's taught to us is, in order to get half as far, you've got to do twice as much. Michelle Obama writes about it in her book, Becoming. She doesn't talk about it in this context. She's really just describing a behavior that she does, but it's called high effort coping. And what she says is, I learned to march to the beat of unending effort with a willingness to tolerate pain and misery to gain approval. That is part of the makeup, the DNA, if you will, of most African Americans. That's what we're doing. We're starting at 250. You know, we're not starting at zero. We're in terms of the effort that we are making to achieve something that over which that we didn't create, barriers that we didn't create. That is stressful. That is traumatic. And it results in negative health outcomes. We're hearing about all of these health disparities. When you're under this kind of pressure, no wonder you have high blood pressure. No wonder you have cardiovascular disease. No wonder you are vulnerable. Your immune system is jacked up and not functioning. These are realities. And on top of that, you are in denial about the fact that this is what's going on with you. And so is everybody else. The culture is in denial because nobody wants to deal with any of this. This is very stressful. Then there's vicarious trauma. Vicarious trauma is the trauma that people experience when they see someone who looks like them being harmed. They don't have to be being harmed themselves. So if we just reference the most recent murder, one of the more recent murders of George Floyd, for example, I don't know if all of you saw it, but he was murdered by a policeman who kept his knee, a white policeman who kept his knee on this man's neck until he lost consciousness and eventually died. When a black person watches that, or a brown person watches that, it feels like, oh my God, that could be me. That could be my husband. That could be my friend, my child, you experience it as part of who you are. That's a cultural reality. I am because we are. There's a collective consciousness, and subordinated groups in who live in dominant cultures tend to have developed that collective consciousness. We are one. If it's happening to you, it's happening to me. And so now I don't know if there were if white people observing any of that thought that when they saw that white policeman with his knee on George Floyd's neck, I don't know if any white people said, you know what, that white policeman, that could have been me, that could have been my husband, that could have been my child, my uncle, my father, I don't know. And I guess I wonder if not, why not? How is, if you were able to create some distance between you and that, how does that work? Vicarious trauma is as lethal as secondhand smoke. And I suspect that you can't create that kind of distance. We know that, for example, first responders in these situations are impaired. They are suffering from the traumatic experiences of seeing this pain and suffering over and over again. Psychologists are, if we're not centered, if we're not in our skin and clear about it, we can suffer from vicarious trauma. And then there's the pain body. What time is it? Yeah, we got time. So Eckhart Tolle talks about the pain body, and he says there's an individual pain body and a collective pain body. And the pain body, he says, is energy, an energetic body that comes to the surface of undigested pain and suffering that gets triggered and surfaces from time to time. So if you think about it for yourselves, if you're feeling depressed or anxious or having some other unpleasant feeling that you'd rather not have, fear, and you notice that you're feeding it, that's the pain body surfacing. The pain body loves pain and suffering. If anyone tries to, and if those of you who are working with clients as psychotherapists, it's when you try to offer something that you think might be helpful and you get a lot of pushback. That's the pain body. The pain body wants to pull you into, we would call it, I guess we call it in our work, countertransference, when you almost get into a fight with your client because you want them to feel better and they want to stay miserable. And you get pulled into that experience, which we're all vulnerable to having that happen, that's the pain body. Tolle says that when the pain body is satisfied, when it's gotten its fill of negativity, it lies dormant until the next time. He says that we also have a collective pain body, that nations also experience the pain body that erupts from time to time. It's what we're seeing in the United States right now. The United States has never fully dealt with its racism. It denies it. It won't talk about it. It's like it's going to go away. You know, we've heard this. We're hearing this a lot. Well, it's just going to disappear. The coronavirus is just going to disappear. Racism isn't occurring. This is how we keep this stuff going. We have to learn to step into our own pain and suffering. First, look within, which is embodied, and deal with that. We don't have to do it alone. We don't have to do it alone. But it's important for us to recognize that, you know, we have some work to do here. So race-based stress and trauma is based on social exclusion. Social exclusion is one of the most painful experiences human beings have. We are hardwired for connection. We don't like to feel abandonment. Childhood abandonment is extremely painful and damaging. You think about these children who've been separated from families currently, not to mention children who were separated from families during the period of enslavement in this country. But currently, people being separated from each other forcibly is extremely painful. We need connection. We want connection. Our voluntary experience now of distancing from each other for the greater good is hard for people. It's hard. And so people don't want to do that. So this is painful, and it hurts in the body. The pain researchers have discovered that emotional pain, that when you get your feelings hurt or when your heart gets broken, is just as painful as physical pain, because emotional pain and physical pain share the same neural pathway, and so it registers in the body as pain. It's important for us to realize that we're not making it up when we have a stomach ache, when we have a headache, when we feel like our heart literally is going to break. In fact, there's a medical condition called broken heart syndrome, which I read recently is on the increase now that people are being separated, disconnected from each other. These are embodied experiences. We're not making them up. So the forms of exclusion include avoidance. Can you see? I can't see this token. Can you? There you go. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know if you can see it, so I'm going to move you here in case you can't, because I can't. All right. So exclusion. All right. Avoidance. So here's this little blue token over here all by herself alone. And here are these little green tokens all together now. So it's not uncommon for when we talk about, it's interesting to me now, all of a sudden language is about diversity and inclusion. Yeah. Inclusion usually means inviting the little blue guy or girl, inviting the blue token to join the green tokens. It rarely works in the other direction, where the green tokens join the blue token. There's a book written by Beverly Tatum, an educator who the book is called "Why Are All the Black Kids Sitting Together in the Cafeteria?" It's an interesting book if you have an interest in going deeper into racial identity issues. And her question is, how come nobody's saying, why are all the white kids sitting together in the cafeteria? Because they are. So how come it matters? And why don't the white kids come and join the black kids at the table? Or why doesn't a white kid join? Let's pretend that this is the black group. How come this token doesn't come over here? See, these are important questions to begin to ask. Why? Because we are avoiding connecting with each other. We live in a culture that is avoidant. We live in segregated neighborhoods. Our social media contacts are segregated. Our schools, because of the neighborhoods we live in, tend to be segregated. We live in gated communities, and think about it. I mean, we live in a culture that supports and that supports exclusion. We do. And so we need to ask ourselves, is that the world I want to live in? As I said, we have opportunity here. Going forward, what is the world I want to live in? Do I want to keep all of this separation going in my life? It starts with individuals. There's hostile exclusion, which would include police profiling. Now, all of this is based on the need to avoid, contact with people who you think are undesirable, that you shouldn't have to be around. Calling the police on people because you think they don't look to you like they belong where they are is a hostile form of exclusion. And then there's aversive exclusion, which is simply, it's not, I don't mean to minimize it by calling it simply. Aversive exclusion involves avoidance and hostile behavior and a denial that it has anything to do with race. Oh no, it wasn't because you were black, or it wasn't because I was white, whatever that is, So let's take the coffee shop incident. Witnesses to the incident said that the only difference they could see between the people who got arrested and the ones who didn't was the ones who got arrested were black and the ones who didn't were white. The white observers said they come into that coffee shop all the time and don't order anything, and no one has called the police, and no one has, kept them from using the bathroom, and no one has demanded that they order anything. So we see these behaviors, we just don't always know what they are. We don't know what to call them. So what I'm trying to do is bring awareness and language to the conversation. It's important. I'm going to put myself over here. I don't know, can you guys, is this blocking the images? Scott, is it here? Can you still see the image?
See them, yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm just curious, I can't. So unacknowledged and unaddressed pain and suffering come from denial, our blind spots, and nothing changes. And one of the stories, a story that I think illustrates this, has to do with the fact that, here's the story. So a passerby is walking down the street. She sees a man sitting on his porch. His dog is lying next to him. The dog is whimpering. She says, "What's wrong with your dog?" Man says, "He's laying on a nail." She says, "Laying on a nail? Why doesn't he get off?" Man says, "Because it hurts even more if he does." That's how it is with these issues of unacknowledged, unaddressed, unhealed, race-based stress and injury for all of us. We have to get off the nail of our own wounding, all of us, to be able to engage in the conversation, to have a healing. Now, we all know that it hurts as bad as it hurt to step on the nail. It's cringeworthy to even think about now, isn't it? Pulling that nail out. We know that that's going to hurt more. But the pain of healing is not as painful. It's not chronic. It's not as painful or dangerous as staying on the nail, which can become infected, fester, and get worse. Or we numb over. If it doesn't get infected, it numbs over, a callus grows, and we lose our ability to be compassionate and empathic. We need to do this work. Where am I? I don't know why I can't change this. Da-da-da-da-da-da. How come I can't change it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Some of the harmful effects of unaddressed race-based stress and trauma include self-doubt, anxiety, depression, and shame. You can see the body posture here of those feelings. This is what this is how it lodges in the body. I mean, any one of those kind of could take this body posture. I think that shame is one of the most difficult experiences for us to have, and shame and helplessness are hard feelings, and that's part of what comes up in doing this work. So just in summary, Race-based stress and trauma is a race-related external event. The core stressor is emotional pain. It is not regarded as pathological, and it's different from PTSD, and this is how. Post-traumatic stress is because a lot of us will say, well, you cannot address race-based traumatic stress injury in the same way that you address PTSD. PTSD, first of all, is considered a medical condition. The core stressor is life threat as opposed to emotional pain. It's usually something that happened in the past that the person who has had the experience is unable to process and recover. And the research has shown that this is interesting, I think. About 25% of people in the United States are diagnosed with PTSD. And among the research that they've done among veterans is that African American veterans have a 50% higher rate of diagnosis of PTSD than white veterans. And the thinking is that it's because underneath that is unaddressed, unacknowledged race-based traumatic stress injury. Because these men going into the military, on top of having to deal with all of the things associated with war, for example, have to deal with the racism that they're facing as well. In the military. I grew up in the military. My father was one of the original Tuskegee Airmen. These were the pilots who helped integrate the United States Armed Forces, but racism still existed. So that's an aspect of that reality too. In another really interesting study, Chinese American veterans, as it turns out, race-based traumatic stress injury was a predictor of PTSD. I think it's absolutely fascinating. So 80% of the communication that we experience as human beings come from our body, not from our brain. So our bodies are talking to us. We're just not listening always. We are more engaged in our thinking process, which is why we need to cultivate interoceptive awareness, which is the ability to recognize the visceral experiences, our nervous system experiences that tell us when we're relaxed, when we're stressed, when we're thirsty, when we're hungry, when we're rested, when we're tired. All of these internal experiences that our nervous system is trying to communicate to us that are embodied that we ignore. It's important for us to begin to cultivate that inner gaze and to begin to listen to what our bodies are telling us. For those of you who practice yoga, a lot of people are saying during this global pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, I can't get on my mat. I can't practice. And I say, well, maybe that's because your body is telling you it doesn't need to right now. Maybe you need to rest. Maybe you need to be still. When you experience your body as your body without trying to have a different experience than you're having, you can make choices that address the need. When you're thirsty, what should you do? Drink some water. When you're sleepy, what should you do? Go to bed. It's that, when your heart is racing, it probably means let me just sit and be still and do some deep breathing to see if I can calm my system. So that's why we need to cultivate this inner gaze. We have emotional triggers. We have things that set us off. I really want to get to this. I think we have time. There's things that set us off. And again, it's through our five senses that we're experiencing the world. We are embodied human beings, people. And so sight, sound, touch, taste, and smell can trigger emotional responses that are out of proportion to what's actually happening in our lives. I am sure those of you who are married know exactly what I'm talking about. You do. We've all had these experiences, though, where we're having this huge response to, when you think about it later, a relatively minor event, and you can't even remember exactly what it was, but you do remember all right, I got this. So one of them, I want to focus on sight as it relates to race and ethnicity. So we are a visual species, and we make judgments and decisions about people based on their physical appearance. And that includes skin color. But skin color has been used in some dominant cultures to create a hierarchy of importance. So in the United States, for example, skin color was used to oppress and enslave African people. It was used to decimate Native American communities. And it was used to elevate European colonists. So white was at the top. Let's say brown's in the middle, various shades of brown in the middle, and black is at the bottom of our skin color hierarchy. And this persists. This has not changed. This is still the case. And yet we live in a culture that likes to say, but I don't see skin color. So let's do something very quickly. So hold your hand up, the back of your hand to your face. So this, yeah, that's right. So you're going to see the back of your hand, right? And just identify what color you see. I don't care what color it is, you know. All right. My guess is nobody saw this color, did you? This is white. My guess is nobody saw this color. This is black. So we have to ask ourselves, so how are we using skin color? Are we using it as a label that has meaning? Or are we using it as a descriptor? Like she has brown eyes, like she has gray hair. These are descriptors. Color can be used as a descriptor. So when we deny that we see skin color, what are we really denying? Because we do see skin color. So is it possible that we have learned that skin color is a label? And so we don't want to be identified as labeling anyone, so we pretend we don't see skin color. Children have a better handle on this than adults do because they haven't learned it exactly yet. So I'll tell a story that I think illustrates this. A friend said that when her little boy was 6, he came to her and he said, "Mommy, what color am I?" And she said, "Well, what color do you think you are?" He said, "I don't know." She said, "Well, go get your crayon box and we'll see if we can find it." So he went and got his crayon box. He brought it back, couldn't find his color. So she said, "Well, go get your big box of 64 crayons and we'll see if we can find it." So he did. So he looked and looked and looked and he found a color. He said, "What color is this?" She said, "It's apricot." He said, "So I'm apricot?" She said, "If that's the color you see." He said, "Well, what color are you? What color do you think I am?" He looked and looked and looked. I don't even know if burnt sienna exists anymore, but it's a reddish brown. He pulls out burnt sienna. He said, "No, that wasn't right." He found brown. So he pulls out brown. He said, "Is that what color you are?" She said, "Is that the color you see?" He said, "Yes." She said, "Well, okay then." So a couple of days later, she picks him up from school. And one of his little classmates, a little white boy, gets in the back seat of the car, a white boy, and says, "How come you're white and your mommy's black?" And he says, "I'm not white, I'm apricot. And she's not black, she's brown. And besides, there's only one white person in the whole wide world. And his name is Michael Jackson." That is a 6-year-old version of skin color. See? So I would just ask you to think about and ask yourself, how are you using skin color? As a descriptor or as a label? Most of us have learned to use it in relationship to human beings as a label. When you encounter someone of a different color than you, are you curious? Do you experience danger or do you feel safe? When you encounter someone the same color as you, what do you feel? Curiosity, a sense of danger, or safety? I'm going through this quickly. I wish we had more time because I think that's really important for us to be honest with ourselves about that, because we've learned what to be afraid of and what not to be. If the only thing you knew about Black people was what you saw on television, what would you think? If the only thing you know about white people is what you saw on television, what would you think? And we do learn, we live in a culture that elevates white and denigrates black. We know this, and brown is in there too. So the cues of safety and danger, Stephen Porges is going to be tomorrow, I think, and absolutely make sure you listen to him. He's one of my mental health heroes, one of my psychology heroes. And a lot of my work is based on his work, polyvagal theory. But for purposes of this discussion, he has defined neuroception as the nervous system's ability to scope for safety and danger, and its responses when it experiences a sense of danger and a sense of safety. And he tells us, and I'm sure he'll talk about this tomorrow, he tells us that it is not a cognitive process. It is an internally felt experience. The nervous system isn't thinking, it's just reacting. And the nervous system can't tell the difference between an internal trigger and an external threat. That's up to us. That's what our thinking mind, our observant mind, when it's clear and calm, can do. The nervous system isn't going to do that. So if the nervous system has learned, for example, that black is scary, it's going to see danger when it sees dark skin. It might grab purses and cross streets, for example. Yeah, everybody's avoiding each other now, so that may not, apply during this pandemic. But there is a difference between the coffee shop example. Was this an external threat or an internal trigger? And if you don't know the difference, you create problems for yourself and other people. This woman lost her job, and these young men were arrested and traumatized as a result of that. We need to know the difference. We need to know the difference. This is the work. So when we're threatened, we go into defense mode. We call it fight, flight. When we are traumatized, we collapse, we freeze, we are immobilized. When we're in homeostasis, the sympathetic and parasympathetic systems are in balance. This is the embodied experience. So the sympathetic part of our nervous system is the mobilization part of our nervous system, which we need. The parasympathetic part is the part that is, we call it the rest and digest system. It allows us to be still and to metabolize our experiences. When they're both online and in balance, we experience resilience. It's not that you have one or the other. We need both, and we need them to be in balance. We co-regulate each other's nervous systems. What does that mean? It means that if I show up safe and calm, and you happen to be flipped out at the time, my calmness and my ability, which is demonstrated. It's not an act. I mean, you have to really, your nervous system really has to be in that space of calm and feeling safe, where I can engage you in a way that will influence your ability to come into that place of safety and peacefulness as well. When we must do this work. We must do this work to make sure that we are showing up safe and calm. And there are practices that we do that support that. One of them is, and this is the one that I like and have relied on personally and have relied on in my practice in working with physical bodies to support this, is restorative yoga. For those of you who may not know what it is, so yoga in the West has become a form of exercise and a way of supporting health. In a therapeutic sense, it is tailored to meet the need of the individual who's coming in. So restorative yoga utilizes, it's a receptive form of yoga. It is not an active form of yoga. And it uses props, you see them here, blocks, blankets, cushions, and bolsters, to support the body in maintaining positions, you're on the floor, that allow you to come into deep states of rest, relaxation, and recovery. From the very first pose, you're stimulating the parasympathetic nervous system. And for people who are engaged in high effort coping, who are out of balance because they're always, achieving, accomplishing, going, and hypervigilant, they always waiting for the shoe to drop, whether they're aware of it or not. There needs to be a balance between all of that nervous system activity and the experience of calm. Herbert Benson called it the relaxation response, and it's a real thing. It's a physiologic response. Metabolism slows, brain waves slow, heart rate slows, and breath becomes more efficient. It is a real physiologic response. When we're in that state of deep rest and relaxation, we experience recovery. We can restore. We can be more resilient. We can bounce back. So this is not an external focus. I'm not trying to change the world here. I'm trying to get myself straight. That's what I'm teaching. That's what I'm offering you. That we need to get ourselves straight. I know that there's this impulse now, we want to change the systems, and we should. The systems should change, but we need to change our own systems first, because we can't be helpful to anybody if we're jacked up. I'll put it that way, in a very familiar, colloquial way. If we are not centered, if we're not in our skin, we cannot be helpful to anyone else. So I think, did I do it? I'm going to be done with this, and so I'm going to come out of the screen share. Okay, and come back to you guys. Hi. So we have a little bit of time for questions, I think, Scott, do we?
Yeah, we have about 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, cool.
So if you have questions, there's been a lot of conversation, I'll say, as you might have noticed. And I think it's a subject matter that brings up a lot within our embodied experience in the moment. And so it tends to lend itself to more conversation, as I've seen.
Yes.
And so maybe even talking about that, of going, how do we turn our attention from subject matter that might be uncomfortable and recognize what's here and how to navigate it?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Can you ask it differently? I'm not clear about what the question is.
So so one of the things that can happen in this type of material is discomfort, uncomfortableness, as there should be. And how do people turn their attention inwards to this conversation, from this conversation, and start to address what's here? How would you recommend that?
How to address what's here? Well, let's start with what's here. What's here is what's inside of you. That's what's here. And one of the things that I recommend is being able to sit with yourself. And sitting in a meditative practice and observing, for those of us who meditate, we know that a meditative mind is not a quiet mind. It's not a still mind. It's an observed mind. We're noticing. We're not analyzing. We're not trying to change it. I mean, we do get involved in that, but then we remember, I forgot I'm meditating. Let me get back to what I'm paying attention to here. We're allowing the free flow of thought and feeling we're allowing ourselves to experience it without having to act on anything or do anything about it. So my suggestion is that we find practices that support our ability to be still and to tolerate the discomfort of whatever comes up. Now, this has to be done incrementally, especially if you are already in stress and trauma. You're not going to be able to do that for very long. Porges talks about this too, and he may talk about it tomorrow, where in order to feel safe in stillness, you're not going to be able to do that easily. You have to practice it. So one of the things I teach, and we can do it right now, okay? It's all right. This is brief, and it doesn't take long, and you can do this as many times a day as you like. Just close your eyes again for a moment, and we'll do this real fast, which you don't have to do it real fast, but just close your eyes for a moment, and again, come to your breath. So when we begin to focus our awareness on our breath, this can have a calming effect. So take an inhale to a count of 4. And exhale to a count of 8. And if you don't have capacity to do that, inhale to a count of 3, exhale to a count of 6, or inhale to 2, exhale to 4. It doesn't matter, just so that the exhale is twice as long as the inhale. Find your place of comfort. This is not a contest. Just find whichever pattern is more comfortable for you. And just continue making your exhale twice as long as your inhale, and until I invite you to stop. And in the interest of time, I will invite you to come back in when you're ready. If nobody wants to. Yeah. So assuming that you're focused on the screen again, breath is always with us. And just what we just did, if we were, okay, Scott, I'll ask you, how was that experience for you? Extending your exhale to be twice as long as your inhale. How are you feeling right now?
Soothed.
Anybody else want to just throw something in the chat?
Relaxed.
Calm, relaxed.
Yeah.
Incredibly relaxed. Breath is always available to us. The cruel irony of what's happening right now is we're in the midst of a pandemic that wants to take our breath from us. And we are observing events, this racial violence that wants to take our breath from us. We have our breath, and it's important for us to remember that and to utilize our breath. People would ask me, well, how do you integrate yoga into your psychotherapy practice? Well, I'm not teaching asana. I'm not trying to teach people how to do yoga postures. It's not what I do. But yoga is a breath practice, and it doesn't matter what form you're taking. The focus is on the breath. So a client comes in, you know that they're probably in some form of distress. Otherwise, they would not be coming to see you. Or you're even on a Zoom call now that we have to do this stuff remotely. And the first thing I would do is I'd ask, how are you? And which is the same, and I meant it. It's, are you in your skin? I don't ask it that way, but that's the question. How are you? And they would come in, well, I'm okay, and you could tell that they weren't. And I'd say, well, I tell you what, let's sit down. And before we begin, let's do some breathing together. And we would just do what we just did a little bit longer. And then I would say, tell me how you're feeling now. I feel calm. Okay, now what's on your mind? What do you want to talk about today? That's an embodied experience. The experience of breath is in our bodies. And then, of course, there are more things you can do. But this is something very simple, and you can do it for yourself, and you should. Pay attention to I can't breathe. So I wrote a poem called We Will Breathe, but I'm not going to read it to you now because we don't have time. But, so we need to focus on I can breathe. I can breathe. Even if you just say that affirmation, I can breathe. I can breathe. I can breathe. These are soothing. These are ways of soothing our nervous system. So that when we're dealing with embodied treatments, for example, the story is interesting, but the story is not the focus. The narrative is not the focus. The thing I forgot to say about neuroception, which I think is fascinating, is our responses to safety and danger. So let's say we find ourselves experiencing a fear. Let's say all of a sudden fear comes up, danger. The story we tell ourselves about that, the story doesn't come first. The story matches the state of our nervous system. I think that is just absolute. I don't know why, but I just think that is the most amazing awareness in the world that, so if my nervous system is not in balance, I'm going to make up stories that support and validate what my nervous system is telling me. So I might take an aggressive action against you because I'm scared. And how often do we, I felt my life was threatened. Yeah, but was it really? Or is that the story I'm telling myself? Is that the story I'm being fed and have been fed my whole entire life? That you are a scary person, you are a threat. You see, we have to unpack all of this. It will take some time. And it may take interventions from professionals who are able to support the work. And we need to do it together in a group. It's really hard to do alone. So I don't know if that answered your question. It's a long way around.
As we have to start to move towards the landing, I know that there's so many comments and appreciations and requests for that poem. So maybe we will have time, depending on.
I've been invited to write another book. I'm putting that poem in the other book. Yeah,
I imagine you will.
Yeah. I'm saving that one. So.
Okay, you took that. So thank you so much, Dr. Gail Parker, for your incredible class today. You are a wealth of significant knowledge for this world right now. So thank you so much.
Oh, well, thank you.
Thank you. It's very meaningful to have you here.
It's wonderful to have been here.
Thank you all so much for joining us. In a moment, I'm going to turn it back to Dr. Parker for a closing sort of golden nugget. But before I do that, we'll have a few announcements. The next teacher after Dr. Parker will be Dr. Richard Stosey Heckler on the importance of somatics in this moment. And that will start in just a half an hour. And as always, to remind you, we've created a private Facebook group for this summit. It's a great place to keep these conversations going and asking for resources. For the resources, I do again recommend Dr. Parker's book. It's a great resource, and I can't wait for the second one. And just a reminder, if the classes will be available for the next 48 hours. You can watch them again and again. If you want them longer than that, you're always invited to purchase the Summit collection. You can find that on the website on the Summit collection page. Profits from that go to support 3 different nonprofits: Loveland Foundation, Trauma Resource Institute, and the Social Environmental Entrepreneurs. And without further ado, I'll turn it back to you, Dr. Parker, if you have a golden nugget to leave us with today.
Well, I have 2.
You do?
Yes, I do. One of them is to ask yourself every day, throughout the day, am I in my skin? Am I in my skin? Yeah, it's important to be centered in our core, in our skin, in our bodies, in our awareness. That's where we really want to be centered, is in our awareness. And the other, I would just offer you to affirm, I can breathe. I can breathe. I am breathing. I can breathe. Yeah. That's all.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Parker.
Thank you.
It's been an absolute pleasure, and I can't wait for us to do that interview when we get to.
Oh, goody. Okay. Well, you'll.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, you'll hit me up on that one. Okay. All right.
As though you haven't already, but we're gonna Can't wait to hang out more. So
we're friends. We're good friends now. So we know each other. So this is.
I'm elated by that. So thank you. And thank you all so much for joining us. We'll see you very soon. Please get some water, take a walk, find some movement, do some restorative practice for yourself right now, and really tend to you as part of tending to the global process. So thank you so much. We'll see you very soon. And we will see you soon. Take care. Bye, Gail. Thank you. Talk to you soon.
Okay, so 7.5 hours of streaming. There was so much information. Y'all, this was a free summit, Embodied Psychology Summit. Oh my gosh. I don't think I'm gonna sit here and stream for the next 5 days for 8 hours like this. Oh. So that was just day one. Tomorrow we'll have Dr. Lyons again. 6:30 a.m. tomorrow morning is when it starts. If you would like to come participate, the link is in the description, pinned to the bottom at this page here. So, man, oh man. I'm gonna wrap it up here. I hope y'all have a great day. And if you're interested, come on back to Mare. Hasta mañana.